All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome back to the second day of the HSIL Fall Forum. I hope everybody had a good night, got some rest, went for a walk. A lot of really cool, fun, exciting things in store today, good conversations that I'm looking forward to. Before we get into our opening remarks, I just have a couple logistics. We do have some folks who couldn't attend yesterday, so some of these logistics will be repetitive for those of you who were here yesterday. The first is that, of course, that hopefully you all figured out, there's the Wi-Fi, the password is I love Lynnwood, all lowercase, and I think there's QR codes in the hallway for that. There's also restrooms, water fountains are across the lobby, and similar to yesterday, coffee, food, snacks will be served in the lobby right outside the door. Again, just wanted to reiterate that we're really lucky that the Department of Commerce is going to help us out with AICP credits. You do have to attend the full sessions to get credits for those sessions. And we will let folks know afterwards how to do that. I covered most of the safety things yesterday, but there are fire extinguishers throughout the hallway. There is the exits, emergency exits down the stairs right there and out to the street, and then back through the main entrance. There's an AED in the staff office, and Katie Alawat, please raise your hand. She has our first aid kit if you need one. There have been just a couple room changes I just wanted to flag for folks today. All the sessions are still running here in the main room, so that hasn't necessarily changed. Some of the changes are that small room next to the main entrance, room 2A, that is still going to be a quiet space today. If you need to take a call, take a meeting, that is also a good place. There should be power strips in that room if you need to charge your electronic devices. I believe I also saw some outlets near the restrooms if you need to charge your devices. At lunch, and we'll hear more about it in room 2BC, which is just the one right next to the registration table. That's where the Cosmos activity is going to be. And then another change, and you'll hear a little bit more about it from Amy, is that we moved the Knowledge Gap posters activity that Puget Sound Institute's running into this room just off to the side. So I don't have a lot to say before I bring up our speakers, but just was so impressed with the conversations that happened yesterday. I probably saw me like lurking around tables while you're doing breakouts, and I was just so impressed with the conversations that were happening. I was able to take a look at the posters that are on the back of the room this morning, and I encourage you to do that when you have a chance at the break. I mean, just reflecting, it seems, I'm a little overwhelmed. It seems like a lot of challenges. I think it's a lot of things that we know about, but I think that that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. I think there's a lot of, we can really bring a lot to the table. It's an interdisciplinary exercise in addressing these issues, and climate can really be that sort of cross-cutting topic that can bring lots of different sectors and geographic scales together. So I'm really excited. Today, what our goal is going to be is to take some of those barriers and challenges, and by the end of the day, we're going to be having conversations about solutions, and that can seem daunting, but we're going to try to break it down, make it fun, think about what some of the next steps are and sequencing that needs to happen to make it a little easier to attack. In terms of the agenda, we're looking at, it's a shorter day, so we are kind of out at 3:30 today. Appreciate folks who are able to stay with us through the end of the day. The formats of the things we're going to be hearing today, there's going to be a lot of panel discussions, which I think is really good. We'll have a few presentations. We're going to start off after opening remarks hearing about the new Washington State Climate Resilience Strategy, which I think really provides a high-level framework for what's potentially going to be happening at the state over the coming years. So I'm really looking forward to that. And then we have panels on sea level rise policy, a panel on thinking about funding pipelines, and then we are also really lucky to have a session on Kelp and eelgrass resiliency. And then like I said, the breakout session at the end of the day, my goal is we'll do a little bit at tables, and we're gonna get out of our chairs and kind of hopefully wrap on a high note. So really excited about that. So with that, I'd like to bring up Julianne Kohlinger, who's in the room. She's coming. There she is. Our policy lead at the HSIL team on the DNR side. Welcome, Julianne.
Thanks, everybody. And before I get started, I just want to give another shout out to Matt, who has just done a bang-up job organizing and making sure that this conference is running smoothly. So let's give him all another big round of applause. This we definitely would not have put on such a successful event without him. So, as Matt said, welcome back to day 2. And again, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Julianne Kohlinger, and I'm the policy lead on the DSR side, or the DNR side of HSIL. Minor little housekeeping thing at the end of the day, you're gonna see a QR code for a feedback form, and we would really love to have your feedback on anything that we can improve, or things that you really liked about the forum, in case we ever decide to do this again. Next year, right? So one of the advantages of speaking on the second day is that we already heard from Kelly at DFW and Cynthia at DNR about respective agency priorities and missions, and also heard from Jennifer about HSIL's work. So I'm gonna go a little bit rogue, and that has a further advantage if you're me of if people don't like it, then they won't ever ask you to speak again. So I, kind of through my life and in the process of going into grad school, think a lot about people's motivations and why we do the work that we do. So for context, I grew up in the flat farmlands of Ohio, visited Seattle a couple of times, and decided that this was the place that was home for me. And so when I first moved to Seattle, I kind of joked around that I moved to Seattle to be closer to the water. And so I've never really looked back from that. Have always, like I said, felt a strong affinity for the ocean in general and Puget Sound specifically. And despite the fact that I have degrees in the hard sciences, and if somebody asked me, I would probably say that I consider myself a scientist. But I've always been fascinated by origin stories of people. Mine is particularly circuitous. I won't go into it now, but we can say that I started off with a biology degree, went into nursing, and then came back around to study oceanography and then marine and environmental policy. So, and I would guess that if I asked for a show of hands, very few of you would be like, this is the exact job I imagined when I was growing up, when I was in school, or maybe you are in your dream job, but you probably didn't get like straight there. You probably had your own circuitous path of like people you met that nudged you in the right direction. And I think those give us really valuable insights that we don't necessarily think about. So when I was working on my master's degree, I also completed a graduate certificate in climate science. So I spent my thesis time writing a very sciencey thesis on the nearshore effects of the marine heat wave that we all know as the blob on the Washington coast. But at the same time, for my capstone project for the climate science certificate, I developed a workshop that I called Mindfulness Practices as a Tool for Climate Change Communication. And we're not going to delve into that whole workshop today, but I do want to offer up a version of kind of the initial mindfulness practice as a way for all of us to connect with a piece of our own Puget Sound motivation or origin stories. So I'm going to invite you, if you're comfortable doing so, to close your eyes and get as comfortable as you can in your seat. I know they're not great, but do your best. And then just let's all take a deep breath together in now. And then we're going to exhale. And just continue breathing and collect all of the pieces of you that are not fully present in this moment here. So maybe you're thinking about a great conversation you had yesterday, or a person that you really want to make sure that you connect with today. But whatever that is, just pause, breathe deeply, and collect all of those thoughts and pieces of you and just bring them back home for the moment. And now I want you to think of a place in Puget Sound that brings you joy. So it can be a place, it can be a feeling, it can be an activity. Maybe it's not even in Puget Sound. There's no rules. For me, it's a beach in West Seattle where I used to take my child tide pooling, and we like to ignore given names of places, and so we called it Crab Beach in honor of the shore crabs that scuttled away when we picked up the rocks, very rudely taking the roof off their homes. So sit with this place or feeling for the next few breaths. And maybe think about, does it inform your being? Does it inform your work, your motivation? And then as we take our last few breaths together, I want you to inhale again, take one breath for the land, plants, grasses, shrubs, trees that photosynthesize, provide us oxygen. And then take one breath for the ocean, phytoplankton, algae, marine vegetation that also photosynthesize and provide us oxygen. I'm really grateful for all of these oxygen producers. And when you're ready, take one last deep breath, exhale, and open your eyes and come back to this space. And that's what I have, so thank you. So now I'd like to introduce Kate Dean, who's the Jefferson County Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Puget Sound Leadership Council.
Thank you, Julianne. What a great way to start the morning. I'm going to come at this from a different angle, a political angle. I told Matt that's the risk you take when you invite a politician to speak. But this does remind me just that we all come at this work from different places, and that contributes to the complexity. And when I was new to this work a number of years ago, I was sitting in on the Puget Sound Partnerships review with the EPA that happens every few years. And I was telling, I think, the deputy administrator how frustrating it was, how many acronyms there are and all these layers that we have. I said, why does it have to all be so complicated? The bureaucracy drives good people away. And he said, look at the systems they're working with. They are that complex. And to really understand them and work in them effectively, our systems are going to be complex too. And that helped me a little bit to embrace the bureaucracy. But Julianne, thank you. This is also very personal work, which I'll touch on a little bit later too. So thanks so much everyone for being here. It's really early. Some of you probably traveled from afar like I did, and nice to see so many faces early in the morning. As Julianne said, my name is Kate Dean. I'm a county commissioner in Jefferson County over on the Olympic Peninsula. I also am the vice chair of the Leadership Council of the Puget Sound Partnership. But maybe I'm most proud to say I also have had the pleasure of chairing 2 LIOs, and I was also an NTA owner. Do you all remember NTAs from a few years ago, near-term actions from the previous action agenda? You might have a little bit of PTSD from those, but I, in a previous life, worked on the creation of what I think was the first rural climate preparedness plan that the EPA funded, and there's a few of you here. Dr. Ian Miller, Tammy Picorni, is Kathy Lear here? A number of folks who worked on that with me. And so have been doing this work for a while from a number of different angles, like many of you. I rewrote all of my comments after being here yesterday afternoon, so bear with me. I'm just going to give a little bit of background in case some of you aren't familiar with the structure of Puget Sound Partnership, which again is complex. So Puget Sound Partnership, the state agency that's leading the collective effort to protect and restore Puget Sound, that comes into being most tangibly as development and implementation of the action agenda, and we do that with many partners, of course. The Leadership Council is comprised of 7 governor-appointed members from diverse backgrounds, and we are the governing board for the Puget Sound Partnership. We also help develop and adopt the action agenda. Mostly we fly at a pretty high level. You know, we are looking for region-wide opportunities and barriers that we can help kind of move the needle on. This looks like a number of things, including advocacy in Olympia and Washington, D.C. An example would be kind of recent working with our delegation to really make the case for the challenges that the FEMA no-rise is creating for a lot of our restoration projects, or advancing the 6 PPD issue again at the federal level. But my most favorite thing that the Leadership Council does is we travel around the region meeting with people like you, many of you. We have met within what we call local forums. We partner with our local integrating organizations, our LIOs, to hear about what's happening in regions around Puget Sound. And I will say this has been, these meetings around Puget Sound have been the most instructive, inspiring, and powerful work of my 8 years in office. We hear some success stories, right? They are out there. So Hood Canal Coordinating Council is preparing to delist summer chum salmon, the Hood Canal summer chum. First time a salmon species is being considered for delisting. Very exciting. And just to have to say, of course, that has to be done very carefully. I know there's some nervousness about that as well. We've seen the advanced wastewater system in Olympia that we heard a little bit about yesterday, looked at miles of restored riparian habitat, estuaries, shorelines. But we also know that despite the enormous investment in this work, we are literally losing ground. We have heard from tribal members from the Nooksack and the Swinomish that they only get to take 1 fish per year for their annual return of the salmon ceremony, and that sometimes their kids may only get 1 bite of that fish. It's the only bite of salmon they will have each year from their ancestral river. We heard from Jen Schmitz, as you did yesterday, that 95% of hard armoring projects in recent years were unpermitted in Island County. We know that orca are still at perilously low populations. These are really tragic system failures. And, you know, I'm part of that system and even have, you know, Leadership Council in my title, and it's hard not to internalize these failures. So I'm here to tell you that the work that you are doing is the antidote to that failure. And the work you're doing is thorny and complex and critical and life-saving, and it doesn't, I imagine, always feel supported by people like me, but I'm here to tell you that it is. And I risk sounding a little bit defensive here, but I do want to talk about some of the challenges we face at the local government level. And this is a conversation we have at many layers of the management conference within the partnership. And local government, you know, it's where a lot of things get permitted, right? That maybe shouldn't get permitted. But I just want to talk about some of the challenges we face. Number one is property rights, and this is something we don't acknowledge a lot, but you know, property rights are nearly a religion in our society, and local governments have to grapple with balancing property rights with many of the things that we all value in this room. And then a lot of jurisdictions live in fear of litigation that comes from property rights challenges. These are just a couple of examples of the types of things that we face at the local government level. You know, we acknowledge that infrastructure and development along our shorelines is damaging habitat. We know that it's folly to continue allowing this development in the face of climate change and sea level rise, but there are very real tax and legal incentives to keep allowing it. Again, system failure. Meanwhile, you all keep doing your good work with willing landowners on publicly owned land. And I want to tell you that you need to keep telling these stories of your work, the importance of ecosystems and ecosystem services, importance of the commons. These are both things that make the Northwest an incredible place to live, but these are also the things that are going to move the needle politically. We know that restoring natural systems is the only thing that will protect all of us from what we're seeing right now in Asheville, North Carolina, or what we saw in Dave Goldberg's photos of the Duwamish yesterday when it flooded. It's our only choice to protect all of us, especially the most vulnerable. So I want to encourage you to keep pushing your elected leaders and agency leadership. Keep telling them what you see on the ground, the why of your work, the urgency with which we must acknowledge the reality of extreme weather and sea level rise, which are no longer ambiguous threats, but are playing out all around us. As an example of this, Dave Herrera of the Skokomish tribe has been pushing at the Leadership Council, at the Federal Task Force, anyone who will listen, that the loss of habitat is leading to really a violation of treaty rights, and that we must protect right now what little is left. And people are paying attention. He has been consistently sending that message, and he now has the ear of the right folks at the right tables. So I just want to say, the Leadership Council, we will keep pushing and pulling the limited levers that we have to advance this work, but we really need you in partnership to keep breaking down these silos, participating in conversations like these at every level, from your local meeting rooms to the halls of Congress. We want to partner in making bold change with you, and we need the political will and shared vision to be effective with you. Thanks for having me here today. I really look forward to learning more. Thanks.
One more round of applause for Julianne and Kate, please. I'm going to call a little bit of an audible. We have two more mini speakers. Amy, if you could come up, and she's going to tell us a little bit about the poster activity, and then Jennifer Griffiths is going to come up with a couple words. Thanks.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Those are some tough speeches to follow. I'm really glad I'm just doing a little logistics update. So I'm Amy Kinney. I'm with Puget Sound Institute. And for those of you that weren't here yesterday, we're running an exercise to prioritize and refine a list of research needs related to sea level rise in Puget Sound. We were originally in room 2BC yesterday, but we had to clear out of there for the Cosmos exercise. And so we decided to move our posters along the side wall here. So if you haven't voted for your top priorities or added any comments, you can do so over here. You can also provide comments and votes on the packets If you forgot your packet at home, we do have additional copies. You can come and get some, and just please remember, if you vote on your packet, to leave those with us today. There's a pile at the front desk, or you can leave them on the side wall along here. And I wanted to let you know we did add a couple of new research questions. We added a group from Eric Grossman's presentation yesterday, and we also reviewed the notes from the breakout sessions and added a few information gaps that we saw there. So that's all I have for you. Oh, and you can vote for the new questions, so feel free to use one of your stickers for the new questions if you those are one of your top priorities. Thank you.
I'll be quick. I'm just here to give you some homework. So I think when we're faced with a lot of the big challenges that we're talking about, we can feel a lot of momentum and inspiration from being in the same room all together and starting to talk about solutions, but maybe those solutions can also seem overwhelming or huge or a little bit beyond our control. So for those of you who've been in the Puget Sound recovery system for a while and might have participated pre-COVID with some HSIL events, we might have overused the 15% solution, but we're coming back to it. And so really what that is taking a small bite, something that's already within your authority, within your power, within your knowledge, but isn't something that you do already every day. And it's a step forward to one of those bigger solutions. That could be sending an email to someone that says, hey, I went to this really awesome HSIL forum, and you should talk to this person. They're gonna really help you advance your work. It could be just sitting down and making a list and saying, I'm gonna go talk to these people about my work because I think we could do something better and more strategic or more collaborative together. In your personal time or in whatever capacity is allowable, you could go talk to a local elected. You could do any number of things, but it's that one small first step. So as we move through the conversations today and then into the solution brainstorming later this afternoon, please hold that in your minds. And then maybe hold a little bit of time Monday or Tuesday morning amongst all the email catch-up that you might have to do to take that first step. And then to think about what's the next one and make it a bit more bite-sized and manageable and give you yourself that feedback loop that we can make progress and we can come up with collaborative and creative solutions together. So just keep that in mind, and if we run into you out in the street, we might ask you, how did that 15% solution go? All right, thank you and enjoy the rest of the morning.
I'm an educator in a previous life, so I realized, we didn't have enough homework for the end of the week, so thank you, Jennifer. I'd like to welcome up our first speaker of the day, Jimmy Crouch, if you're here. There you are. Come on up. Rachel, if you can help get the slides going, that'd be great. He's going to speak and give us an overview of the just hot off the presses 2024 Washington State Climate Resilience Strategy. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good morning, everybody. This is such a great group and nice to see lots of familiar faces. If you haven't met me yet, my name is Jimmy Kroll. I'm the Climate Resilience Strategy Planner at the Department of Ecology. Again, thanks to Matt and everybody for organizing. This has been such a great event, so really happy to be speaking with you all today. And like Matt said, we are fresh off the press. We just published Washington's brand new Climate Resilience Strategy on September 30th, just a few weeks ago. So very excited to give a high-level overview of that work today. I'll talk a little bit about the purpose of the strategy update, the climate impacts that it considers, some key actions as it relates to habitat work, and then how we'll plan to implement the strategy moving forward. So the strategy outlines 8 strategy topics that our state agencies will follow to help tackle the biggest impacts of climate change facing Washington State. The strategy was developed by 10 agencies, so Ecology led this work, but we also worked with the Department of Agriculture, Commerce, the State Conservation Commission, Emergency Management Division, Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Health, Natural Resources, Puget Sound Partnership, and the Department of Transportation. So brought 10 agencies together in a 12-month period to develop this new climate resilience strategy for Washington. And under each of these 8 strategies, agencies have identified clear and specific actions that they'll take for new work and new initiatives to build climate resilience. And these aren't just ideas that agencies have proposed. These are well-defined actions that are backed up by budget requests. So for the majority of actions that agencies have developed in the strategy, they've already submitted decision packages and budget requests to the governor's office and Office of Financial Management for our upcoming session here with the legislature. Actions that don't have those budget requests will be implemented by agencies using their existing authorities and resources and funding as well. So we really wanted to make this an actionable document for communities and partners across the state. And ultimately what this really does is it just provides a platform and a place for our agencies to work together and establish these shared goals for climate resilience across all of our agencies. I know from your perspective of partners across local governments, tribes, working with state agencies, it can be complicated and challenging to work with agencies that have different requirements, different approaches to climate resilience, and so having this platform really provides us a chance to coordinate that work and improve how we deliver outcomes across the state. So science was obviously a big driver of this work. We partnered with the Climate Impacts Group at the University of Washington to help us prioritize the climate hazards that we address through the climate resilience strategy. So these include reduced water availability and drought, marine and coastal changes, including sea level rise and ocean acidification, flooding, extreme heat, and then wildfire and smoke. And I'll note, for today, I know this is a very habitat-focused audience. This is a big strategy across the whole state. So I'll focus mainly on the habitat pieces, but there's a lot in here as well. And then our agencies work together to come up with goals for 4 different topic areas. So the first is being communities, of how we can help populations and groups across the state be better prepared for climate impacts facing Washington. We have a goal around infrastructure, about how our infrastructure in the state can continue to deliver services with changing climate impacts and be more resilient in the future. We have a goal around natural and working lands, around how agriculture, forestry, but also habitats and ecosystems can adapt and be resilient to climate change. And then lastly, we have a goal around governance, of how agencies will continue to implement the strategy and work together around climate resilient outcomes. So I'll briefly walk through the 8 strategy topics. Again, this is a broad document, so kind of go over this briefly, but the first strategy that we have is focused on that governance piece. So I've got another slide on this with some more details, but really this is our strategy about how agencies will continue to coordinate and work together across their different silos to make sure that we are coordinated and working with a consistent voice around climate resilience issues. This will also be how we conduct outreach and engagement with partners across the state and then report on our progress of implementing the strategy. The second strategy here, this is focused on the hazards and emergency angle of climate impacts. So there's actions here around responding to extreme heat, wildfire, and supporting hazard planning at the local level. The third strategy is focused around supporting tribes and local governments, particularly with providing capacity support, looking at accelerating the implementation of nature-based solutions. I'll talk on an example and action on that in a bit, as well as just providing that capacity for local governments and then coordinating around data and tools and other resources that the state can provide. The fourth strategy, this is focused on the working lands piece. So looking at agriculture, forestry, things like that, providing resources, data, and technical tools to producers across the state to help them prepare and adapt to climate changes around agriculture and different land uses. The fifth strategy, this is focused on reducing existing sources of pollution. So we know that pollution is a huge burden for many communities across our state and makes them very vulnerable to climate impacts. And so actions we have proposed here look at reducing sources of pollution within our control to account for greater sources of pollution from things outside of our control, like wildfire smoke. The sixth strategy, this is all focused around water. We know that drought and water availability will be a really big issue for the entire state moving forward. And so there's actions here on implementing multi-benefit water plans like the Walla Walla plan that Ecology led, and also improving the efficiency of water use, irrigation efficiency, monitoring, compliance, and then looking at water data across state agencies. The seventh strategy is around infrastructure. So looking both at infrastructure that the state owns and operates itself as agencies, but also infrastructure that the state funds with local partners. So we've got actions from WashDOT looking at transportation resilience, the Department of Corrections' actions looking at providing cooling to their west side correctional facilities that don't currently have cooling. And then we have actions around coordinating agencies and how they consider climate change in issuing grants related to infrastructure to make sure that there's some consistency across state government about how climate consideration goes into grant making decisions and funding awards as well. So wanted to highlight just a few examples related to shoreline actions and habitat as well. So this was, one of the actions here is around the nature-based solutions that I mentioned. So as we've heard yesterday, and I'm sure we'll hear later today too, that's a big challenge of permitting barriers, timelines, and things like that. So the Department of Ecology has an action in the strategy that would be intended to accelerate the implementation of those nature-based projects, looking to build agency capacity to take on burdens faced by partners. Ecology would work with FEMA to update flood maps and support survey work, and then support permitting requirements to really reduce those permitting burdens and provide more certainty around timelines for implementing restoration projects. Ecology also has an action in the strategy focused on local planning. We've heard from our outreach and engagement that coastal tribes and communities and local governments are very capacity limited in planning for climate hazards. And as these hazards accelerate and get worse, we know that these challenges will be made even worse as well. So Ecology looks to expand its support to provide updated tools like channel migration zone mapping and other resources, as well as grants to expand that capacity at the local level to help take on some of this work. We also have actions from WDFW around habitat restoration and incorporating climate considerations into their habitat restoration guidance. It's a widely used resource, I'm sure, by many partners in the room here. So helping to, again, standardize those efforts to ensure that climate is considered in habitat design and implementation. And then lastly, actions from the Puget Sound Partnership, seeking full funding for the Puget Sound Acquisition and Restoration Program, and then, of course, implementation of the Puget Sound Salmon Recovery Plan and the new addendum that was developed. So that's just a sample of some of the habitat-related work. There's more in the strategy, and of course, more in lots of our other actions as well, but just wanted to highlight that. And then, as I mentioned, governance and sort of implementing the strategy is a huge component of this work. This entire plan and this process was directed by the state legislature through state law that was passed in 2023. And one of the requirements of that work was to make a recommendation for the ongoing coordination and implementation of the strategy. And so in response to that, we came up with our proposed governance structure of how we plan to do that. And really looking at 3 levels. So the first would be an interagency council of agency leaders that would meet maybe once or twice a year to really provide that high-level direction and guidance around implementing the strategy and considering climate resilience across Washington, as well as dealing with emerging needs and priorities as they come up. Next, we would have a group of agency staff, similar to the group that helped us develop the strategy, that would be really focused on implementing the actions that we have, adaptively managing that approach, and then supporting that ongoing collaboration between agencies. And then all of this would be supported by dedicated staff at Ecology, focused on coordination of this work, outreach and engagement with communities and partners across the state, and then monitoring and reporting on our progress. And for this structure, Ecology has developed agency request legislation that we've shared with the governor's office to really formalize this and move this forward. So looking forward to coming into session with this, as well as the decision packages that our agencies have proposed for the actions themselves. Another really big component of this work is, of course, measuring our progress. We, again, partnered with the Climate Impacts Group at the University of Washington to support this work. And they helped create a very robust framework for us to measure our progress. This approach uses indicators and metrics to help us with that. So we have 3 indicators that we'll use. These are 3 types of indicators. These are signs that we're making progress towards our goal. So making sure that we are moving towards a more climate resilient Washington. We have indicators focused on the capacity to implement our actions. So do agencies have the resources that we need to implement the work that we have in the strategy? We have indicators around processes. So what's being done, what's being spent, sort of what's happening to implement the work. And then we have indicators around outcomes. So are we getting that more climate resilient Washington for our communities, infrastructure, and natural working lands? And then those indicators will be measured using metrics. So we've got quantitative metrics that will measure specific things, as well as more qualitative metrics to provide that more holistic picture of our work. Each of the actions that our agencies have proposed will be measured using at least one of 10 standard process metrics to help measure our progress and then report on those progress indicators. So these will be fairly straightforward things like the number of FTEs, dollars spent, number of rules and policies updated, but all of this collectively will help us see how the actions that we're implementing, if we're making progress on them, and then reporting on our indicators about those overall climate resilient outcomes for the state. The reporting is required every 2 years for the climate resilience strategy, and then every 4 years we're required to update the strategy. So really want to emphasize that this is very much a living document. And so all of you, I would challenge all of you as you implement your work and work with your partners and programs to think about opportunities for building resilience into your work and sharing that with the agencies that you work with, sharing that with our proposed governance structure. We really want this to be a collaboration between state agencies and our partners, and making sure that we can best address the climate resilience needs facing communities across Washington. So with that, just wanted to thank a couple people. I know there's some folks in the room that worked on the strategy with us, Harriet Morgan from WDFW and Marnie Borman from Health, and Charlotte Dorn from Ecology also did a great job leading our efforts within the agency. So the QR code here goes to our website where you can read the strategy. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me at any time. I'll be around today. I think I have a table at lunch to talk more, and happy to chat about this anytime and how we can support your work. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, that was great. And you do, my understanding is you do have a lunch table, so we're not gonna have questions for Jimmy right now, but please seek him out at lunch and to talk more about the strategy. Okay, oh, well, see, me trying to do the PowerPoint is not what works. Next up, we have our first panel of the day, which is our sea level rise policy session that is gonna be led by moderated by Jennifer Griffiths. So Jennifer Griffiths, come on up.
All right, panelists, you want to come on up? Getting my timer. All right. Well, we discovered in our prep talk that we could just take over the whole day. The conversation between these four could have just been the program, but we're really excited for the next hour plus to have a conversation and a conversation with you all. So I'll introduce our panelists and we'll have a facilitated discussion for the first part, and then we're going to open it up to questions. But if you all, for some reason, don't have any, which I would be shocked by, they've got plenty to say without you. So first, I'm really delighted. We've got a really fun panel. We have Matt Curtis from WDFW, our Habitat Program Protection Manager, Charlotte Dorn, Department of Ecology, Climate Resilience Planner, Harriet Morgan with WDFW, our Climate Change Coordinator, and Gary Wilburn, who's on the Habitat Strategic Initiative Advisory Team and the former Washington State Senate Policy Council. All right, so to set the stage for our conversation, Harriet, could you briefly define the 4 building blocks of climate change resilience as a way to think about policy and development and implementation? Oh, web.
Oh, how's that? There we go. Sorry, Matt, just trying to raise your blood pressure a little bit. So I think the building blocks of climate resilience is a really, really helpful framework for kind of these higher level conversations about climate resilience broadly, or if you want to speak specifically about coastal resilience. And sort of the origin story of it is, so before my current position at Department of Fish and Wildlife, I worked as a research scientist at the Climate Impacts Group. And in 2018, we did this theory of change sort of planning exercise, and what these building blocks kind of emerged from that process as sort of necessary preconditions for an organization or an institution, or in this case, like a community of practice to actually build coastal resilience into the work that they do. And sort of the backbone of that framework is really about mainstreaming climate resilience. And for those of you who are more familiar with climate adaptation planning, this might be like repetition, but mainstreaming is really just the concept that climate change planning or coastal resilience planning can't be this like siloed add-on that you do. It really needs to be baked into the very fabric of what organizations, institutions, and communities of practice are pursuing in their work. And so I think that sort of principle can be really grounding. But with that background, the sort of building blocks of climate resilience can be divided into 1 being authority, 2 being knowledge, 3 being capacity, and 4 being motivation. And so I'll talk through each of those as kind of like a desired end state, which is sort of like what needs to be in place in order for coastal resilience to happen. So for the authority standpoint, it would be that our state has guidance, policy, and legal capacity for incorporating sea level rise or other coastal hazards into our projects, into the work that we do, and that staff or members of the community of practice are empowered to act and have the ability to do so. And I think there's a few different sort of initiatives that Matt could speak to from the DFW standpoint, and Charlotte could speak to from the SMP standpoint, that really touch on that authority lens. Regarding knowledge, so this is getting at the fact that members of the community of practice have access to the best available sea level rise projections for Washington State. And in hearing from Ian Miller yesterday, along with the Cosmos team of Eric and Patrick, it's pretty clear that we do have incredible sea level rise and coastal hazard science in the state. And so it's just ensuring that forums like this exist to ensure that we can share that information and that folks know how to use it. And that dovetails really well into the third sort of building block, which is capacity. So it's not just that we have the knowledge, it's that we have the tools and the skills necessary to know how to apply that in relevant planning and sort of design situations. And then the final building block, which always kind of like warms my heart a little bit because I feel like this is not a barrier. One of the few things, Matt, that is not a barrier is like motivation. So this is members of the community of practice are interested and driven to act to build resilience. And I think if we've gleaned anything from the past day, it's that we have incredible support across all levels of government and organizations in Washington and more broadly in the Northwest.
Awesome. Thank you, Harriet. Really appreciate that. And if anyone needs like a refresher on that, we'll get Harriet to send us the PowerPoint to follow up on after the meeting. So heading into authority, I think, because that's kind of a really interesting intersection, I think, from policy and the perspectives we have on this panel. Gary, I want to turn to you and ask if you could really share your observations about where the legislature has been when it comes to thinking about authority and legislative intent for habitat and climate resiliency, where it could be headed, or thoughts we should be having on our radar.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. So where has the legislature been on habitat, in particular, climate resiliency more recently? The ESA listings in the 1990s sent a shiver through the legislature. I mean, that was, at the time, there were so many unknowns about how these salmon listings were going to impact fishing, impact property owners, what they do with their land, what local government responsibility was going to be. There was lots of talk about the ESA jail. We don't want to end up in the ESA jail. We don't want federal fish services writing our recovery plans. So the governor at the time led a group that developed do you remember, the Extinction is Not an Option report. And the legislature got very engaged, passed a number of pieces of legislation. The Salmon Recovery Act created the Salmon Recovery Funding Board, and I suppose you could say, the rest is history, although we're still in the midst of this. legislators at the time asked, with all of this being passed, when are we going to be done? How do we determine when we're done with this? And I was heartened to hear, that maybe one of the first listings might be delisted. That's some indication that we're getting there. The climate resiliency, I don't really believe has been, until the last 2 or 3 legislative sessions, a focus of attention in the legislature. Our governor, now finishing his 3rd term, one of his first bills when he came to Olympia was to set up a task force, because climate legislation had failed a number of times before that, a task force which got modified so that the governor was not voting, and it required 3 of the 4 other members to enact its recommendations, 1 member from each caucus. So that kind of indicated it was not going to be able to come up with much of a consensus. It took several more sessions to pass major legislation. So it really took 15 years from the time that Governor Gregoire began participating with the Western Climate Initiative, speaking with other governors about potentially entering a multi-state regional trading system when it came to carbon emissions. Climate resiliency was not a big part of the discussion in the legislature. The governor and others felt the real focus had to remain upon mitigation, reducing carbon emissions. I think that over time, with the reality that much of the climate impacts are already upon us, and we're going to have to figure out some way to live with the inevitable changes, even though we hope we can kind of reduce what those impacts will be. There's been more discussion around resiliency. So you see that showing up in budget proposals and the changes to the Growth Management Act, water supply planning by some of the larger utilities per legislation that was passed in the last couple of years. So where might the legislature be headed? I have to caveat all this, as all of you know. We're going to see major changes up and down the system. A lot of changes in Olympia. We're going to have a new governor. We're going to have a new lands commissioner. At least a quarter of the state senate is going to be different come January. We're going to have changes in leadership, changes in committee chairs, and so trying to determine what the intent of the legislature might be is pretty hard. There's 147 members of the Washington State Legislature, and they each has an equal vote when it comes to passing legislation on the floor of their respective bodies. They're hearing from their constituents now. Many of them are out on the 3/4 of them are out on the campaign trail right now. They're hearing from constituents. Advocacy groups are putting together their proposals, but largely they will wait to see what the outcome is on that first Tuesday in November to finalize their proposals they're going to bring to Olympia. Agencies, because they're required by the Office of Financial Management to get their ideas in, knowing there's going to be another governor and they may have to retool some of those proposals, are also putting them together. And some of those are on the web. Jimmy just referred to the resilience strategy that's out there and the the proposal for a coordinating council. Ecology is proposing that be placed in statute, and that the legislature, set up that entity, that governance structure around climate. But I'm sure there's many more proposals, and many of the state agencies do post on their website what they have sent to OFM, even though OFM is still reviewing and hasn't determined whether they're going to approve those moving forward to the legislature. Looking forward, I would have to look at the last couple of sessions and ideas that didn't quite make it across the The finish line might be back again. Many of you are familiar with these. Are we going to take another, is the legislature going to take another run at stronger standards for riparian area protections? Will we see proposals like net ecological gain coming back in terms of riparian protections? I would guess we're going to, the legislature, pardon me for using the royal we. It's hard after almost 40 years working as staff to not refer to the legislature in that way. The Salmon Recovery Act might be due again for a real hard look at whether or not after 25 years it's structured appropriately. It's very complex, like the Puget Sound Partnership, which went through 2 or 3 different iterations and 5-year sunset reviews where their life came very close to ending before finally sunset reviews were lifted. Maybe the partnership is here to stay, and some of those structural changes will not be changing quite as rapidly. I believe we will continue to see in the legislature struggles over getting the right balance in off-stream and in-stream water uses under the water code. The emergence of carbon markets and the role of carbon sequestration in forests and soils, agriculture, and so forth may generate proposals, particularly budget proposals, for the state participating in some of these emerging carbon markets. The current lands commissioner had proposed something along these lines, didn't quite make it through the legislature, although funding was provided and potentially some pilots there. And then I'd have to say the obvious thing, the Climate Commitment Act is on the ballot next month, and it is already generating a huge amount of funding for a lot of the work that all of you do out there with respect to protecting aquatic resources, addressing forest land management, as well as firefighting response, wildland fire response, and of course a lot of funding for emissions reduction, helping communities with air and water quality problems. If that funding is removed, then the legislature is going to have an even bigger budget job. They already have a big one because the Office of Financial Management is projecting already a structural budget shortfall of a couple of $2 billion in the next biennium. So if carbon revenues were to go away, that would add another additional amount of challenges. So I've probably taken up more than my time. Thank you, Jennifer. We're going to have an interesting time in Olympia beginning that first Monday in January.
No, thank you, Gary. That's a great overview and really bringing us to the long view, I think, on where the legislature has been and the bigger picture, statewide policy context, Puget-wide policy context that we're all operating in. So building on that, I'll turn to Charlotte and then Matt. If you could talk about how, where is your agency's authority as it comes to addressing habitat, climate resiliency, in particular around sea level rise, and how ecology and then DFW are thinking about implementing that authority.
Testing, great, excellent. It's wonderful to be here with all of you talking policy bright and early on a Friday morning, so thanks for being with us. Yeah, I really appreciate, Gary, kind of you really laying out that sort of arc of where the legislature's been in terms of legislation around climate resilience. And today I'm going to be really kind of focusing on one piece of that, which was mentioned in 2023 during legislative session. We had House Bill 1181, which changed the Growth Management Act, but what I'm going to be focusing on is it also changed the Shoreline Management Act. So that bill had a provision which is now in the SMA, RCW 9058-630, if you want to follow along, that requires ecology to update our guidelines for local government shoreline master programs to ensure that those master programs address the impact of sea level rise and increased storm severity on people, property, shoreline natural resources, and the environment. So this is a really, really big change in terms of agency authority when it comes to the state-local partnership for shoreline management in Washington. And I think, really relevant to the discussions we've been having, shoreline natural resources and the environment were really called out in that, very brief piece of direction from the legislature. So obviously we have a lot of interpretation to do and a lot of work with everyone in this room to kind of bring some shape and definition to what that means. But I certainly was sponging up a lot of ideas yesterday in thinking about kind of as we work through that review of our administrative code that implements the SMA, what it might mean to look for those levers around our shoreline environment and ensure that that is front and center when we are making these updates. So just kind of, I decided this was my PSA question, so I get to talk a little bit more about what this all means. So rulemaking, we've used that word, so that's what we're doing right now, kind of in response to the direction from the legislature. That means we go through and we update the agency guidelines around shoreline master programs. These set kind of the expectation for what local SMPs need to meet when they go about their next round of periodic reviews at the local level. SMPs are very cool, very complicated, very important. They plan for and regulate shoreline use and development and redevelopment for shorelines of the state, so our marine shorelines, of course, being kind of the focus of our discussion today. So, really impactful tool that we have when it comes to thinking about sea level rise adaptation and protection of nearshore habitat. So 1181 was the trigger for this work to update the agency guidelines, but this is going to be a very comprehensive review. We're looking at a whole host of other topics, no net loss, riparian management, some of the other themes that have come up today. So encourage everyone who has something to say about these topics and how they're approached in the SMP guidelines to get in touch with us. This is the time to surface needs and priorities. We're very early in the process of this update. We want to have the rules in effect by mid-2026 so that when local governments begin that next round of statewide periodic review for their shoreline master programs, we will have these new rules in effect to guide that review. But it is really kind of a long time horizon. That first cohort of updates starts in 2027 with a due date in 2029, the next group in 2030. There's over 50 local governments that will be undertaking these reviews, managing marine shorelines around Puget Sound. That doesn't include the outer coast communities. And so really looking at 2030 before we have a set of kind of enforceable policies and regulations around sea level rise, if all goes well and we get through that on that timeline. And in terms of what we're looking to lay out, that's really still to be determined. We're seeking broad input and engagement right now. We will be laying out content pieces of what master programs need to include, as well as process pieces in terms of what local governments will need to do to get to those provisions. An example of that is we're considering putting forward a requirement that local governments will either need to conduct or review an existing sea level rise vulnerability assessment to make sure that those plans are based on really robust information about exposure to sea level rise. So I'm going to stop there. I've also probably taken way more of my time, but that was my PSA question. So thanks for listening.
No, I think you should take more time. Hi, everybody. Matt Curtis, Protection Division Manager, Habitat Program, WDFW. I'm currently fighting between two difficult things, and that's that I've been told you should never give a regulator a microphone, but I'm also told that I have a very soft speaking voice for a regulator, which is a good thing. So I'm going to do that best I can. I'm also really glad that out of this very awesome panel here that I got to go last. it's actually going to be an ongoing theme that I hope we get to talk a little bit more about today. Quick audience poll. How many people know about WDFW's hydraulic code rules or HPA, the permit we issue around those hydraulic code rules? That is awesome.
Wow.
Okay, but it wasn't quite everybody, so I'm going to just do a real quick overview. So our hydraulic code authority is based on if we can determine, you make a reasonable determine that a proposed project will impact the better flow of state waters. That's where our authority comes from. The only thing we can provision our permits for is protection of fish life. That's it. So if you wanted us to protect frogs or whales or anything else, sorry, we can't do that. It's fish only. But that does include shellfish because the legislature back in the 40s didn't know the difference between fish and mollusks, so that's okay. So what do I want to say about our authority around climate resilience or habitat resilience? So one of the important considerations for our regulatory authority is that it is based solely upon site-specific, project-specific impacts. That's all we can really take a look at when we're thinking about avoiding, minimizing, or potentially requiring compensatory mitigation for impacts to fish life or fish habitat. And so, importantly, when we're thinking about sort of the effects of sea level rise and climate change on these projects and the potential impacts, we're only able at the state level to look at site-specific impacts. So we need a very fine-grained detail when it comes to asking our scientists or asking our experts in those fields to be able to detail us, hey, well, so what if someone does this project? What are the potential impacts to fish or fish habitat at these really fine scales, site-specific parcel level? I heard Jim talk about yesterday about the, thinking bigger, not thinking it so fine, and I think that is fantastic, especially at a project planning level. And you'll probably hear me harp on this a little bit, but when it comes down to our regulatory backstop, we can only look at these things at these very fine scales, at these small-scale project impacts, site-specific impacts, and I think that's hopefully sort of kind of setting the stage for how we have to think about in our hydraulic authority, how we have to think about potential impacts from sea level rise and climate change. I'm actually going to keep my remarks short there so we can move on to some of the other things because I think there's going to be more on that to talk about.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, before we leave authority behind and touch on some of the other building blocks, I just wanted to ask, one or more of you, whoever has thoughts on thinking about this habitat and sea level rise resiliency and this authority piece and how you might be thinking about or how you see policies that are existing thinking about equity or if they're not thinking about it, how are you thinking about it in terms of implementation? Okay. Are you leaning in, Harriet?
Okay, I can go, and then Charlotte, I saw you were going to turn your mic on. But I think this comes back to, Gary, your point earlier about the Climate Commitment Act, and most of you probably know that that's closely coupled with the Healthy Environment for All law, which is our HEAL in the state. And obviously that was very intentionally done with the recognition that while climate change affects all of us, it does not impact all of us equally, right? We have overburdened communities throughout the state, particularly in coastal communities, who are experiencing the impacts of climate change and coastal hazards first and worst. And so I think what we're seeing with this upcoming sort of ballot initiative of potentially the repeal of our state's Climate Commitment Act and all the subsequent funding that's associated with that is not only a detriment to the agencies and the communities who are reliant on the revenue generated by that, but it's also closely tied with environmental justice because there is a stipulation in the CCA that a floor of 35 with a goal of 40% of all revenue that's generated through the sale of sort of carbon permits for polluters gets reinvested into overburdened communities throughout the state. And so I think sort of that inherent from the ground up structure of this revenue platform and how we are being directed to invest that and appropriate that from the legislature standpoint really shines a light on the importance and the priority of environmental justice as a topic in and of itself, but also its inherent coupling with climate change impacts across the state.
Yeah, that is, fundamental to sort of how we think about the resources that support this work, and the requirements that shape kind of how we go about big agency actions like changing our rules. So kind of building on what Harriet was outlining, another piece of the HEAL Act is it establishes a requirement for agencies to conduct an environmental justice assessment for any significant agency action. So rulemaking is a significant agency action, particularly a rulemaking that has the potential to affect communities along all 28,000 miles of shoreline. If you include our freshwater shorelines, 3,000 plus miles of marine shoreline. So really, a broad opportunity to intersect with communities across the state, and particularly overburdened communities and vulnerable populations. So as we go through this process of updating our implementing rules for the Shoreline Management Act, we'll also be going through a process to conduct an environmental justice assessment for this work. Very early in that, but it will require us to, and empower us to, identify how overburdened communities and vulnerable populations might be impacted by the rule change. Like, where are those communities? Who are they? Engage with them, hear from them, think about potential for benefits and harms from the changes that we're making, and how we equitably distribute those benefits and harms, and really do that robust analysis kind of at each step of the process, so that when we come back to the public with these updated rules in 2026 or so, we can confidently say that we applied a rigorous environmental justice lens to our work, and that we understand what the impacts may be, and that we've heard from people who will be impacted and reflected that in the rules. And that also includes tribal governments as well. And so that's a different kind of pathway for engagement and a government-to-government process, but very much looking to ensure that we do our due diligence when we shape these rules. So I think it is also just a really incredible opportunity to think about environmental justice across how we do our work, but then how those guidelines structure shoreline management at the local level as well. So I think the EJ assessment work that we're going to do can perhaps inform some updates in what we ask local governments to do.
Two quick comments. I think it should be clear to everyone, the HEAL Act is not on the ballot in November. So the work of the EJ Council will continue on, the requirement for environmental justice assessments. There's a lot of other funding that gets out there that agencies will be administering and have to comply with the HEAL Act. I think the legislature this January is going to be preoccupied with so many things. They're unlikely to be looking at revisiting right now the HEAL Act, but the legislature will be watching agencies in terms of how robust the EJ assessments are, what they're hearing from the EJ Council, and the legislature itself may be hearing from the council during the budget process. The HEAL Act is kind of silent on that, but they are set up to provide their advice. So it will be interesting for those that watch the legislature closely to see how they interact with the EJ Council. And just one other quick comment. To my knowledge, nowhere in state statute is there an acknowledgement of indigenous knowledge, indigenous ecological knowledge, indigenous knowledge. I think it's not going to happen this session, but at some point it would be great to have a more explicit recognition in code of the knowledge and experience and the history that tribes bring to the table when it comes to managing, protecting, and restoring our land and waters of our state.
Did you have more?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I think, Jennifer, I'd only add one thing from our regulatory perspective, is that kind of the same to what Charlotte's dealing with, we're also going to be going through rulemaking for sea level rise, for marine shoreline armoring rules, and also for our climate adaptive culverts. We'll have to go through the same processes that Charlotte detailed. But I think that our sort of the big equity lens helper that we have at DFW is it's far more invested in our not in incentives programs, but in the way that we provide funding and technical assistance to those groups that wouldn't be able to do those projects otherwise. Rather than in our sort of regulatory capacity, it's more recognizing how to help people get over the hump through those other means.
Great, well, that's a perfect segue, because I was going to transition us to thinking about knowledge and capacity, and maybe with the premise that we're working under that Washington State has really high quality projections. And as Ian shared yesterday morning, even as they're updated, the messages remain the same, and we are refining tools to maybe interpret and get, better information, but that our knowledge about the baseline, what's going to happen in Washington, is pretty explicit and pretty clear, not changing in the near term. And so with that, the challenge being translating this into authority, regulations, and decisions, and then also thinking about how to help people do those things. So I'm curious to hear from each of you, what do you see as our most pressing capacity needs to translate this science and information to create the rules, but also to implement rules or actions?
Yeah, so I was thinking on this last night, and I think what I arrived at is that and I think yesterday set us up well. The choice of which sea level rise projections to use, right, in terms of like a magnitude or a height, is not a scientific question, right? The science is never going to tell us this is what you planned for. That is an institutional risk tolerance decision. And I think the beauty of the way the Miller et al. Sea level rise projections are shown is that, right, it's this probabilistic approach which empowers the decision maker that varies project to project to choose what, for that specific project, their risk threshold is, right? We saw yesterday in the case studies, the projects that we're implementing across the state span the gamut from, right, nearshore restoration projects that can probably tolerate some inundation a couple times a year. So in that situation, maybe it makes sense to plan for you could sort of under-design a little bit with the assumption that your site can take on some inundation. In contrast, there are some projects that the state or counties or organizations are going to pursue where you don't want water touching that site. And in those situations, it might be much more appropriate to plan for a low likelihood, high magnitude sea level rise projection. And I think what I bang my head against the wall most about is that the science is never going to tell you that, right? We will always have uncertainty in our projections just based on the way they are generated. And also the biggest uncertainty in those projections is that, right, as humans and the decisions that we make, we are determining the amount of emissions and therefore the amount of warming that is going to manifest on the planet. That is irreducible uncertainty. And so we, as a community of practice, need to be able to make decisions and create a framework that allows us to have this risk tolerance framework baked into the way we make decisions. And that's really uncomfortable and it's really hard because humans hate making decisions when we don't have all the pieces of information. And so I think what's been really helpful for me in a sort of framework is thinking about the direction of change, right? If sea level rise is going to rise like 2.1 feet versus 2.3 feet, what would you do differently in your project? And oftentimes you wouldn't necessarily do something drastically different. And I think that is a very empowering piece of information that can be applied to a lot of different sort of scenarios that we're pursuing in this room.
That really kind of perfectly articulates some of what we are starting to grapple with when we think about, the framework we might lay out in a combination of rule updates and technical guidance around updating shoreline master programs to incorporate sea level rise. Shoreline management encompasses all kinds of uses and development, so it really is about kind of thinking how we might structure a framework that empowers those decisions at the local level in accordance with the risk tolerance of the institution making them and for the type of project or use we're thinking about along the shoreline. So it must be somewhat, flexible, the path we go kind of lay out here because of the breadth of types of decisions people are making under these rules, and really just the range of priorities and concerns and situations and local context and geography and geology and inundation, all of that, and kind of the diversity across the state. So we will be kind of looking to the thinking that Climate Impacts Group and others have laid out when it comes to kind of articulating what that sort of risk tolerance framework might look like in the context of siting and design for shoreline activities. And I think there's that is where some of the capacity challenges also really come in, because I think at the state and local level we are seeing capacity challenges sort of across the whole stepwise process of sea level rise adaptation, from knowing how to work with information about exposure and vulnerability, how to identify and envision what the adaptation strategies might be, like the what do we do about it part, and then doing those things. And there's sort of bottlenecks across the board. So that I don't have an answer to exactly, but certainly I think everyone in this room is thinking about that and working on that and figuring out kind of how we resource those people who are in those decision-making roles and need to make those decisions based on the really, really robust information that we're super lucky to have. It was great to hear from Ian and the Cosmos team yesterday, and Harriet worked on the Washington Coast Resilience Project as well. They gave us those projections, so we have a lot of expertise in the room to draw from. So definitely, not starting from scratch on that front, and that's, I think, gives us a lot of confidence in how we can move forward. But the capacity challenges will dog us, so we're going to keep working through that.
Charlotte, that was going to be my point about capacity too. I enjoy the conversations about the capacity piece, because I compared to where we were even 10 years ago at DFW, our capacity to deal with sea level rise and climate change has gone way up, and due to some, I think, pretty good forward thinking. I think yesterday you saw a slide of our Marine Shorelines Design Guidance document. That was brought out in 2014. That's 10 years old. We've learned a lot since then, right? That came out the same year I started at the agency. And we now have, and Nicole, I'm just turning a side eye to you. If you haven't talked to Nicole Tarnomsky, she's our Restoration Division Manager, and she's heading up the effort to update that guidance. And we have the capacity to do that finally, after much begging and pleading for years for the capacity to do so. The legislature did grant us that. And so we're undertaking that guidance development, and that technical guidance, as Charlotte mentioned, that ecology too, that helps feed into and define sort of where we set the minimum bars in our regulatory framework, right, for setting people up for success for projects on our shorelines. And so, when we talk about the capacity, it's nice to have the folks working on these things that we do now that we didn't even a couple years ago. So I think it's gotten a lot better at the state, at least in my opinion.
And I'll just add, I'm heartened to hear from Matt that the legislature did provide some additional authority, and I assume funding for that technical guidance. In my experience, the scientific research, the monitoring, developing the metrics inevitably takes a back seat to funding and authority directly for projects that result in changes on the ground and ribbon cuttings that legislators can attend. You're probably all familiar with this. You've all fought the budget battles at OFM and in the legislature. So I don't really have an answer to that, but getting voices that can communicate how important that work is to legislators, particularly those working on the budgets for your agencies, is very important.
Maybe we should start having ribbon cuttings for new guidance documents.
That's a good idea.
Could like cut the PDF. I don't know. We'll do there.
All right, well, we're going to turn it over to you all for questions in just a second. But maybe just to kind of wrap up this part of the conversation, just thinking about that motivation, and Harriet, you touched on that. You see a lot of underlying motivation in the room from all of us in this collective community practice. But really thinking about how do we connect our motivations to our agency motivations, how to connect that to the legislature's motivations, how to collect it to, or connect it to other motivators, funders, et cetera. If you could just, each of you share, any one part of that motivation story, and either where you see motivation really leaning in and that people really connecting well and speaking well to that motivation, or where there's opportunities to do it better.
I'll go really quick, and then I won't overstate my welcome here. I think the examples, I guess what I'll say is, when I started working on climate change stuff, which was almost 10 years ago now, it was framed as a very future problem. And I think the biggest change I've noticed over the past decade or so is that increasingly there's, in Washington, there's an acceptance, right, that it is not this future projection problem. We are seeing the impacts of climate change manifest in our communities, in our ecosystems, and in our profession. And the examples and all the photographs that we saw yesterday, I think, show how that is indeed the case. And I think that has made it a big reality, and kind of has been this spark of when we heard from the city of Olympia of looking at that 22 event, allowing them to say okay, we actually did see inundation in the spaces where we expected to see inundation, and we also flagged these new areas where we kind of didn't map that out. And I think that is incredibly powerful, because it's kind of like this dress rehearsal for the future, where what we're seeing now, maybe twice a year, we can say, okay, by 2050 projections, we're actually expected to see this 8 times a year. How, with our existing capacity and our existing planning documents, are we going to be able to navigate that? And I think that is incredibly, while simultaneously terrifying, it is also very empowering, because it's a reality check for all of us.
I think that's perfect. The motivation is that it is happening right now and is impacting people on the ground right now. And when I talk to my staff about why we're motivated to do rule changes, while we're motivated to do guidance updates, is because being able to have good conversations with the people who are out there being impacted by sea level rise and climate change, and them saying, well, what do I do? What are my options? What can I do? Being able to stand there and be like, oh man, we got all kinds of good information for you. Here, let us help. I know it's cheesy to say we're the government, we're here to help, but these are the things, the conversations that I'm having with my staff every day to talk about how do we talk to people on the ground who are experiencing the impacts from sea level rise and climate change right now. And I think that us doing our best to update guidance, to update rules, to update how we have these conversations is all the motivation that I need.
This meeting's been incredibly motivating, hearing it from everyone, kind of really, particularly yesterday, so many of the things that I heard about, whether it's, the amazing science and modeling that we have, at our not at our disposal, as a resource. The nature-based projects that are going in, the building community power to address sea level rise kind of from the ground up. These are super motivating things to see out there in the world happening. And so, from a policy perspective, it's how do we create a policy environment that can enable these, empower them, scale them, make sure that communities across the state have sort of the same levers that perhaps some of the early adopters and champions are accessing right now. So that to me is deeply motivating. Kind of really thinking about our Shoreline Management Act lens, which again is kind of only one of the ways, of course, that the agency is working on sea level rise. Jimmy spoke to kind of the broader ecology and sister agency landscape earlier, so there's tons of other things happening that I haven't spoken about today. I wasn't around for kind of the whole evolution of House Bill 1181, and there was a lot of advocacy probably from people in this room to get that passed. But I think the motivation for that came from this recognition of the importance of land use planning as a lever for climate adaptation. And so we now have that tool happening. We're sorting it out. Commerce is sorting it out in the context of the Growth Management Act. Ecology is starting to sort it out in the context of the Shoreline Management Act. And so I think that bill really was motivated by that recognition of the importance of that tool. And so we're going to push forward with that. But I think to what Harriet spoke about and we heard about a lot yesterday, I think it's very timely because starting to see some of these events that, as Ian highlighted, were made much more likely by the sea level rise that has already occurred. That's very, very motivating. We know we have challenges, and now is the time. We have a window of time here to act and to plan differently and to make different types of decisions about how we develop along our shorelines. But the longer we wait, the window shrinks in terms of the options that are available to us.
And just to add that, yes, the legislature sees those real-time changes. They also reflect what the public is largely acknowledging, that this is real. It's happening now. We need to begin planning for how we're going to meet these challenges in the future. A dozen years ago, the legislature was still holding hearings on whether climate change was real. Is it or human-caused climate change? Is it sun flares or something else that's causing this? Are the glaciers really receding? We're not going to see hearings like that anymore. So the legislature has come of age in terms of recognizing this is a real challenge. We'll see how they meet that challenge given all of the other challenges that come their way every session.
I had a last minute idea, and someone has given me a microphone, so apologies. But my former boss at the Climate Impact Group used to talk about this thing called happy secrets, which was an interesting use of that phrase. But the concept she was getting at was sort of this: when we think about climate change from a member of the general public who perhaps isn't working in this community of practice, I think the headlines we're constantly seeing and the experiences that we're living through as members of community and members of a shared society are quite dark and depressing. And I think the power of these spaces is that we are exposed, right? And it's a privilege to be exposed to this, to all the incredible work that is happening at very small, localized scales, right? We heard yesterday about 1 mile of armor removal. That is huge, and it's probably not going to be on the headlines of Seattle Times, unfortunately. And so I think there's a lot of synergy and energy that can be gleaned from these small successes that we know can scale across regions and across geographies. And so I think for me, that gives me a lot of motivation of recognizing that, sure, it is not at the scale that we need right now as a state, as a nation, as a globe, but the potential to scale that effort is there and it is possible, and that gives me a lot of motivation. So I think places like this are so incredibly valuable because it gives a platform to share some of those localized stories that we're not going to hear about sort of outside of this community practice.
Thank you, Harriet, on the uplifting notes. All right, so with that, if you have a question, please raise your hand and Rebecca or Nick will get you a microphone. The Island County table in the middle.
Yeah, Island County.
Oh. All right. You're standing up, so go for it. All right.
I have a concern about the rate at which we can scale. I believe that the parcel by parcel approach is really a huge barrier. And I would like your comments on whether it would be prudent to begin developing a arsenal of sorts that would allow creative thinking about dealing with public trust doctrine, dealing with private property rights, and possibly looking at some rather broad and bold solutions, such as California did, I think in the 60s, where they simply claimed the shoreline for public use. It's thinking in a radical way, and the time involved may be prohibitive, but it's a question that I have.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. So, I mean, the work that I've been talking about this morning and that we're doing right now is under the umbrella of the Shoreline Management Act as it exists today. So our authority is, directed by that law and what it says. And so the rules that we're updating, is still, we haven't changed the Shoreline Management Act. And so we're, very much still within that framework and therefore, kind of bound by the structure of shoreline management as it is today to some degree. But I think, climate change, to your kind of broader question, like certainly asks us to think big and to think bold and to integrate across authorities and levels of government and kind of all the scales. And so I think, there is a space for always a conversation that isn't like the changes that we're going to be making in the next 2 years, but these shorelines belong to the people of Washington, and so we are all part of that conversation. And I think I'm very excited by the work that Jimmy's leading, because we have not had a kind of organizing governance structure around climate resilience, a place to bring big thorny challenges and talk about them together as a state. So I really hope that the legislature supports that work, not advocating, but I think it would give us a platform for tackling some hard conversations that we maybe haven't had.
So you mentioned 3 words, and in that order, I will confess that I had an ambition as staff in the legislature to see those 3 words in that order show up somewhere in the codified RCWs, the Public Trust Doctrine. It's been recognized by the courts. It's been held to be kind of an underlying basis for the Shoreline Management Act and others, but I think it would be great to see it recognized in the code. I could not ever persuade even one member to, I think maybe it was introduced once in one bill, but certainly never got beyond committee level. And while I have the floor, I'll just mention the public has extensive rights in access to public waters, shoreline areas, and so forth. Tribes certainly have a lot of rights pursuant to treaty and federal laws, which would preempt any contrary state laws. I would encourage folks, if you're interested in this subject, look beyond treaty rights to Aboriginal rights and customary practices of tribes that at some point, I'm hoping that the state courts and politicians in this state might also give some recognition to those customary practices and traditions that far predate our governance in this state.
Let me also just real quick to yours. I would never admonish anyone for radical thinking. I think we in state government feel limited by the law sometimes and turn to the legislature for hammering in new ideas or bringing up crazy radical things like that. But I would never admonish anyone for thinking bigger than maybe we are able to at the state. But those ideas you have to build public support for that, right? You have to build a tidal wave that cannot be ignored. And so while one little regulator up here on the stage may tell you, I'm sorry, the best we can do is that ecology and I, we're working together to try to get like sort of a bigger state party to come to the table, right? But it's really garnering public support for good ideas that will make the big difference.
Hi, it's been wonderful being here, and I struggle with what I'd like to say, which is the easiest thing you could ever do, perhaps, around social equity. I was part of a gathering last week of the coastal marine resources communities from Wahkiakum, Pacific, Grays Harbor, and Western Jefferson and Clallam counties. And one of our conversations, there were many difficult ones, just like we're experiencing, or ideas and challenges that we're experiencing today. But one simple thing on the social equity plane that would be so helpful is if we could drop outer coast from our lexicon and use Pacific coast, or the coast for short is great too, but that would be really helpful. I don't know if you're aware, but Jefferson County spans from Hood Canal, Admiralty Inlet, the Strait, and out to Jefferson County. So I feel a little empowered working there for 20 years to share this with you.
Thank you, Tammy. It's a great point.
Hi, everybody. My name's Heather Spohr. I work for the Swinomish tribe as an environmental policy manager. And I really appreciate the panel today. We had a lot of really good insight from you all. I can maybe speak for a lot of folks that we're all really nervous about the potential for the CCA to be repealed this fall in just about 10 days. So I wanted to ask the panel, and maybe Gary specifically, if you could talk a little bit about whether or not the potential for the CCA to be repealed is really compliant with the HEAL Act, given that the HEAL Act stipulates a lot of environmental justice metrics, and that the CCA provides not only opportunities for tribes and other overburdened communities to participate in processes and review of clean energy siting projects, and provides opportunities for clean air and clean energy funding and climate resilience, and whether that potential outcome of repeal would satisfy HEAL Act overburdened community metrics, and whether or not you feel like the legislature has a plan with how they would deal with funding shortfall and potential for inability to meet some of those environmental justice metrics. I know that's a lot, but speculation is maybe the name of the game right now.
Several questions in there. I'll answer the last one first. Does the legislature have a plan? No. There is no legislature, well, technically right now. There will be a legislature in the first Monday in January. Every January in an odd-numbered year starts a new legislature. So there is no plan. It will be certainly a big challenge. My recollection is that the 35% floor for CCA revenues being benefiting disproportionately impacted communities is a part of the CCA and is a part of what will be repealed in the event that Initiative 2117 is passed. I've been advised that I can talk about this. I'm retired. I'm not using any state resources. So the the HEAL Act will live on. The EJ Council will live on. They'll still have their same responsibilities with respect to overseeing the named 7 or so agencies that have to comply with the HEAL Act. This measure on the ballot, it will have the same, weight as legislation passed by the legislature, perhaps even greater weight. Maybe that's why it's listed, first in the ballot, I believe, and in the voters' pamphlet. So it doesn't have to be compliant with the HEAL Act, any action by the people in November. What will the legislature do in response? As you probably know from basic civics, the a measure passed at the ballot cannot be amended in the first 2 years without a 2/3 vote in both bodies of the state legislature. So that's highly unlikely. This measure also prohibits any type of I think they call it carbon tax trading. There's a dispute about whether this is really a tax or not. There are other measures the legislature could take to try to continue the state's leadership in reducing emissions. Perhaps simply a cap and reduce approach probably would pass muster despite passage of this. But my guess is for at least this next budget session, the preoccupation would be, in the event that this initiative was passed, would be to focus on how to continue some of the programs and on the spending side that the CCA has generated over the past 2 years. I don't know if I answered all your questions, but tried to.
We have time for one more question or so before we go to coffee.
Somebody else.
Go ahead.
Well, I have a question about clarity regarding tide land ownership. So I'm James Watson. I'm one of the natural resource planners for Wood Valley Conservation District. I'm also an avid angler, and I fish the shorelines all around the island, really all around Western Washington the best I can. And according to the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife fishing regulations, it says that most tide lands in Puget Sound, Wallowa Bay, and there might be some other bodies of water, are privately owned. And in my understanding, my interactions through Shore Friendly, is that most parcels are actually owned to the mean high tide mark. Some are owned to the mean low water mark, and there are some that are simply highland parcels that are owned. Seems like particularly for shellfishing. But the messaging is that these are privately owned. Anglers, especially I'm thinking like Bush Point on Whidbey Island's constantly in the news, at least it was last decade, about conflicts between private owners and the anglers. And the state really hasn't clarified where this gray area is. If we're looking at public areas similar, this would be like a state park, or excuse me, a state forest, national park, national forest, something like that. In that those are areas that folks in the public can access, basically wherever, as long as there's not some protective restrictions. But otherwise, people can pass through. Now, with public tideland areas, there's a conflict in the messaging being sent, and I just simply want to get some clarity.
Well, that question was definitely towards DFW, but not my area of expertise. That said, the ownership on tidelands can get kind of complicated, and we don't have a representative up here from DNR, which they would be party to some of those discussions too, because for those who don't know, usually the demarcation, I think, it's the mean low or low tide line. Anything beyond that turns into DNR aquatic lease lands. If there's anyone from DNR that wants to clarify on that, I think you should go talk to this gentleman here and clarify. I don't know all of our ins and outs on fishing rules. I do know that we take potential trespassing issues pretty seriously. Even sort of a side note, but for our biologists, when someone applies for a permit with the department, that application technically gives our bios the ability to go on that site for review, but we don't do that. We ask for landowner acknowledgement to say that, yes, the landowner has given express permission for us to be on site. So we do that because we are always concerned about our staff safety and making sure we're not crossing into legal gray areas. So similarly, to your question, to your point, I think that I'm guessing our fish program staff, who would be the better folks to answer those questions, would probably tell you just be wary and make sure that anytime it even looks like you might be encroaching on private property, that you have landowner consent to be there. But yeah, my first answer is I don't know all the answers to your questions, even though I am working for WDFW, but that there may be some nuance there and other agencies involved in determining where you're allowed to go and fish.
And I think all the shore-friendly program implementers would share that tideland access and navigating that adds a level of complexity to managing shore-friendly projects that is why their technical assistance is hugely important to help navigate that and navigate developing permits and things like that. So it definitely has a nexus with how we approach resiliency, I think. Thank you all. Thank you, panelists. I really appreciate all the thoughtful and insightful information and that you shared with us today, and hopefully motivated further conversations. So with that, Matt, am I allowed to do anything, or do you need to give the word? You're welcome to take a break, have some coffee out in the lobby, and rejoin us. You'll hear the bell to come back in. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I see Rebecca has hit the chime in the hallway, so that means it is time to start. I want to welcome you all back from our morning break. We have one more session, and then we will roll into an early lunch. This panel is called Navigating Funding Pipelines for Habitat Resiliency. It's something that I've been personally interested in for a while, and that was why I'm really lucky to help moderate the panel, and why I'm really grateful to our speakers. You might, if you're doing math in your head, you might notice that there is one speaker missing. Morgan Ruff with Tulalip Tribes isn't or has some family illness that she needs to help take care of. So we wish them all a speedy recovery. We are bummed she can't be here, but I'm going to sort of task my panelists with maybe bringing forth some of the ideas. I think they know her well, and she really has a really good perspective of trying to get large conservation projects and things funded at a local level. So I want to make sure we still bring that, even if she's not here. So you all help me out a little bit with that. As I said, this is a topic that I was interested in for a long time. In my previous role, I worked in Washington, D.C., both at the White House and at a think tank working on conservation, ocean conservation, biodiversity conservation, and conservation finance. And usually the conservation finance type conversations that I was in were really centered around, we're working with investors who are trying to think about, well, how can we, honestly, how can we make money by doing good things, but also how, what is the spectrum of tools and vehicles that we have to help protect the environment. And I think we've been hearing a lot about, a couple of those, legislative funding, grant funding. HSIL is a grant funder, but there are a lot of other tools and mechanisms out there. And so those are the sorts of things that I've always been interested in. Also, particularly as I've been, like I said, moseying around, looking at the posters with all the challenges and sort of the immense amount of work ahead of us, just thinking about how we're going to pay for it. And I sort of take, I do take some solace in the chairman of the think tank that I used to work at, Michael Milken. He used to say, well, Matt, there is enough capital out there in the world to address the environmental challenges that we're talking about. The hard thing, though, is just to unlock it. It's that it's not necessarily available in the right place at the right time in the right way. And so a lot of the conversations that I hope we have on the panel and that we hope to have elsewhere is how do we bring that that capital that exists to support the work that you are all doing, to support the work that we need to do. And so I am just thrilled that we have some great speakers to help us think about that. Jay Krenitz with the Washington Department of Ecology, who is the Coast and Oceans Management Unit Supervisor, and Susan O'Neill, who is a Senior Conservation Planner with the Environmental Science Associates, ESA. So let's give our panelists a round of applause, and then we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to sit down in a moment, so it's a little casual Friday, but I'm worried that if that mic doesn't work. So I'm going to ask you first question, and then I'll sit down. So I'd really just, I know you all think about this topic a lot, and so I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about your background and why this topic of funding pipelines, of funding landscapes kind of gets you excited. Oh, I didn't even say who to go first. Jay, go first. Thank you.
Turn on. Hello. Does yours work?
Hello? Yes.
Okay, I'm not a soft-spoken regulator, but it was great to see Matt up here. And it's great to see a lot of you. It's wonderful to be in a room with so many good friends and colleagues from the Puget Sound and conservation community. So the question is, why am I excited to be part of the funding system, and what am I excited about in this world? It's a world that I've gotten to live in for the last 11 years or so, and it's or more, and it's a great place to be. People love it when you give them money, and it's a driver, right? We can have all these great ideas, but funding is the fuel that helps us achieve a lot of what we want. I mean, our relationships are also the fuel, and the strength of our coalitions, the people power, but the funding helps us get things done. So it is important that we get it right. And I would say in Washington State, there is a really incredible existing network of legacy funding programs for habitat, for conservation. It's an inspiring collection of different funding sources, both floodplains by design, the salmon recovery funds, PSAR, the estuary salmon restoration program, and that's where I did come from before this job that I've had in the last year, is being the program manager for ESRP, working at Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's great to see my colleagues from DFW. And that was a really inspiring program for me, working together with that team and people from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, some of those great thought leaders there, Fish and Wildlife at the national level. And so, for me, things that I'm excited about is growing our existing funding system and developing some new, exciting, bold ideas for creating more fuel and more energy into transforming how we go about making change on the landscape. We have a lot of work to do that, and to take our legacy programs and leverage them into that space. We can actually do resilience, climate adaptation work, and to develop some new programs, some new ideas. I really hope that we're able to continue some of that important resource that is provided by the Climate Commitment Act, and I know we're all thinking about that. That's just such a good resource for the kinds of things that we're talking about. So I'm excited for the future. No matter what, we have an important job to do in this space, and the problem isn't going to go away. So we have to continue to be here and show up and provide those creative solutions. It's a wonderful space to have that kind of thinking, and it's great to be up here. Thanks.
Thanks, Jay and Matt. My name's Susan O'Neill. I'm with Environmental Science Associates. Like Matt said, that's where I'm sitting now. I have worked in this space for a long time from many different seats. So going way, way back, I used to work for the National Park Service and did some international conservation work. But in terms of my career in Puget Sound, which I love that we both have a few grays now and are like the elder states people.
So many
Wait,
grays.
let's not do the
Where does
gray
that
hair
happen?
panel.
Crazy.
Every time I get my hair
This is
cut, there's just
all from
more.
the election. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so it's been a while. Starting in 2010, I worked for a tiny little firm called Evergreen Funding Consultants, and my job was to go to each lead entity around the state for the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and run their small grants program, which was a NIFWIF surfboard combo, and it was really just for very small projects. Really, something that I think we need again are these, community-led, just small little, getting people out on the ground planting trees. We've really moved into the space of big, sexy, awesome projects, and we should stay there, but I don't want to forget that a lot of the love and passion that people have, they want to express it by, fixing the culvert in their backyard or planting a few trees. So love projects like Shore Friendly. Anyway, digressing into a lot of lot of details that we'll get into as we talk. But by way of my history, then ended up working at Puget Sound Partnership, and I was what used to be called, and I think is still a position there, a ecosystem recovery coordinator. At that time, worked on the Puget Sound Acquisition and Restoration Fund, which I think it was the first year that we did the regional acquisition list to sort of set aside some of the dollars for the really big projects and still have that allocation going out to all the lead entities. So that was an exciting time. Went to Long Live the Kings and did quite a lot of work on salmon recovery planning, both through that nonprofit and then doing some fee-for-service work with lead entities and watersheds in the region. So really doing a lot of salmon recovery planning, and more importantly than looking to how are we actually going to implement these plans. So I do have a history like Matt. I love that we're learning about each other today. Didn't know.
I'm learning so much about you right now. I had no idea.
Well, I don't just want to be the consultant up here. Like, you know, I've sat in other seats. So yeah, I've been at ESA now about 5 years, and I'm doing a lot of funding strategy work. Hopefully we can get into some of those details. You know, really sort of standard stuff like, okay, we need to fund this project. What's it going to take? What are good fits for different grant funding programs out there? And then really, how do we look at some innovative and exciting market-based tools, like sounds like Matt's thought a lot about in DC. So my goal for today, what I'm excited about, is to bring some of that 15% that Jennifer talked about to the table and have you walk away, maybe like 5 of your 15% of your solutions today will be around funding. Because I think there's a lot that we're doing, and there's a lot that we could do, and there's a lot of other examples out in the rest of the US that I really want us to start honing here, testing, seeing what's going to work and maybe what's not, and throwing those out and then digging into what's really going to work, and not only bringing new capital, but efficiently getting the capital that we have on the ground. So that's my goal. Hopefully we'll be leaving you all with some ideas for funding that you can plug into your 15% solutions.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I should also mention, in case I forget, I believe there is another lunch table also on funding and finance that my colleague Kelly McCaffrey is going to be leading, so be sure to look for that and have more conversation at lunch. One of the things I wanted to do with this panel was think a little bit about what do folks in the room need to know. You know, everybody's coming at this from different perspectives, different stages in their career. So thinking about like what is the state of, or describing the state of the landscape of funding in Washington. In previous places I've lived and in previous times, I would just hear a lot about there's not enough funding out there to do the work. Over the last few years, there's been a lot of different funding that's come from Washington, Washington D.C., from the legislature. So I don't know if that's maybe the right way to characterize things anymore, is that we don't have enough money. But I'm wondering what in terms of the landscape here in Washington should folks in the room know? And if anybody want to jump in?
Well, I'll say something that I want us to do more is to create more integrated funding opportunities at a landscape scale, at some sort of defined landscape. So like Floodplains by Design brings a single source of funding to integrated floodplain management at landscape scale. It's a transformative program. It does incredible work. But at the same time, we do have legacy funding programs. We have a number of different funds that could be leveraged in a more coordinated fashion at the local level and to support those local planners, local governments, local communities in figuring out how to navigate that complex system. And I think one of the key pieces for us is bringing in the hazard funding with FEMA, BRIC, Emergency Management Division, and other federal and state funding sources into a single place. So we are developing new programs that bring that assistance to those communities directly so they don't have to figure it out and find it on their own. That local, and also building local capacity through fellows, through grants, through small project awards to those local communities. So I think what I want people to think about is how do we look outside of our individual interests, whether that be for a species or for a habitat, but to look across a community and think about the infrastructure needs that have to happen there, the tribal needs that are there, the community and commerce needs, also the habitat. So in developing these local networks to try to come up with a vision for that landscape and to work with your support networks that we're all trying to bring to integrate funding in that place. So that more of an expansive networked view, I think, is a good solution for the future.
Yeah, I'll add on the spirit of bringing people together to just bring more dollars in. Obviously, BIL and IRA are, perhaps generational, and hopefully we see investment like that continue. But if we don't, I'm really proud of what Washington has done to access those dollars. So Jay in particular, hats off to you. You brought a group together in a couple of different watersheds and really led the charge on let's not compete for these grants. Let's create a big coalition. Let's figure out, what we learned when we wrote this grant together, that there was a small NGO who was trying to write their own NOAA grant and, compete with these big guns in the same watershed who were proposing, hundreds of more acres than their project. And so it was like, bring them in, let's have them be part of this application, let's stop competing, and let's put forward our best effort and have, one entity administer the grant and then subaward to all of the partners. And so what that did, in my mind, was not only made everybody kind of step back and say, okay, what are our priorities and how do we work together and who is the best fit for this grant? And then there's other federal funding where a different partner is a better fit. And if Morgan were up here, she would talk a lot about Tulalip Tribe's role in some of the tribally focused fish passage grants that are out there, and that they have done a similar model where they are the lead applicant, but they are contracting with the conservation district, the county, other partners. And so it's just this great model of really getting together and, let's compete against other states instead of amongst folks even in the same watershed. So I love that that's happening. Jay's got other great examples. There's other NOAA funding that's come to ecology that I think it's really beneficial to talk about for folks who don't know, because I think it's very replicable. Hopefully we'll have many more years where this funding is available and we can seek it out. But if that is not the case, now is the time to organize in your watersheds, pull together coalitions, get out there, and really be creative in how you're thinking about accessing these funds, and go get them. On the state side, what I'm seeing is folks are coming together to really have these conversations about, what's working well in certain state funding programs, what's not working well, which is a less comfortable conversation. There's a group called the Align Partnership, which is focused on salmon habitat and water quality. And it's all of, well, I guess it's not DNR. So it's Conservation Commission, Fish and Wildlife, Puget Sound Partnership, RCO, Ecology. Jason, who am I missing? Okay. Jason is the representative for WDFW. And it's supported by a small consultant team. I'm kind of an advisor behind the scenes on it. But I think what's exciting about that is that there's a work plan currently being developed, and everybody wants to hear from you all. So hopefully, if you are a project sponsor, you saw a survey come out from a lot of different entities, whether it was your LIO, your lead entity, whoever, asking you, fill this out, tell us what's not working for you with certain programs or what you would want Align to focus on, whether it's match or eligibility. And I think even the list of options is probably limiting. And so having great ideas of like, wow, you guys didn't think about the same project gets different amounts of review from different grant programs. Like there's any number of things that like we're not in the pick list. But we want to hear from folks. We want to pull together, solutions that we can tackle in the next couple of years as the Aligned Partnership. It's an MOU that was signed by all the agencies, acknowledging some agencies, are much bigger and have a lot more grant programs to consider than others. So, there's things to figure out in the governance structure as this moves forward, but it is a really great opportunity. And I think we want to consider, what I'm hearing from the agencies is a real willingness to think about things differently, consider new solutions, and, again, kind of think about what are those small wins that we can make meaningful change in the next 2 years, and then maybe things, that are harder to tackle happen in the next 5. So it's great that that's happening. Again, it's, maybe not going to solve everyone's issue with every grant program, but let's make sure that all the brains that are in that room and all the time that the agencies are putting towards it is going to result in some meaningful change. So I would say if you're an state agency person, be sure to figure out who your rep is on the Aligned Partnership and get their ear, have coffee and sit down and talk about your experience, because you're often not only a grant recipient in some cases, but you are also grant administrators. And similarly, if you're a project sponsor, definitely make your voice heard.
Can I riff off what she said for a little bit? Tell a story?
Do it.
This is a great opportunity, I think, for us to tell that story of, and again, this is definitely not just me at all, of course, but so we've been very fortunate to bring in about $100 million of NOAA funding over the last couple of years, both at DFW and here recently at Ecology, which has been incredible. And the strategy that we used is, like Susan said, is instead of having small groups or groups at the local level compete against each other for some of these big federal awards, or sometimes these flexible federal awards that you can, by developing a coalition with a portfolio approach of projects, you can do some really cool stuff. And so with all these times, both at DFW, at some of the smaller funding levels of only $10 to $25 million a piece, it's crazy how much we're talking about right now. And then recently, Ecology was successful in leading a coalition of a $74 million award for climate resiliency. And we have big plans for that, and some of you are involved, and we'll be having information that'll go out there for that. But basically, we look at these proposals as when there's a federal award opportunity, try to move forward some of our best projects at the state level. Even if they're already potentially funded at the state level, you can bring that forward at a national scale that will compete better nationally. When you put the most of your funding request into those big projects that have all that support and benefit, and they're kind of ready to go, they're shovel ready and they're fundable. And then around that, you bring these 20 to 30% of the funds for planning and design and having people sit at the table and do some modeling or do some innovative, creative, cool stuff that helps bring people together, build the project's pipeline of the future, and help keep things going and build that momentum for the future. And that package that way of putting together federal packages has been very successful at the federal level. So we did that in Snohomish County with the Snohomish and Stillaguamish basins. And then we just did that with my team, Noah and Charlotte as well, with the rest of the unit. We did that for this large funding application to fund habitat construction, design, and planning projects in 3 geographies of Washington state coastlines in Snohomish, SR 112 on the Olympic Peninsula, and out in Grays and Pacific Harbor, in addition to a whole portfolio of really cool, innovative projects that are doing workforce development and fellowships and tribal capacity and grants, Climate Impacts Group doing a study. So these kinds of coalitions coming together at the national scale are just, they sell really well at a national level. And so I just want to encourage you all to think about that, these federal awards, these federal opportunities, and bring together a coalition to make your pitch for what you're trying to do.
One more riff. What Jay's describing then means that the local project lists for those basins that get the new federal dollars can move further down their list, right? So maybe a project was 6th or 7th, didn't make the cut for surfboard PSAR last year. Suddenly they're ready to go because we've found the federal dollars that can fund the, first, second, third projects, for example. So these investments are really rippling out, and I think it's great because some of the sponsors who sort of sat back and were like, well, not enough funding for me this year, are suddenly like ready to go, and there's money available, and it means jobs, it means working in different communities that maybe are in like a second tier tributary of these watersheds instead of in sort of that highest priority for Chinook. So I just think the ripple effects are huge. Also, our state, because of the Climate Commitment Act, is seen as a fantastic federal investment because we've got these millions of dollars pouring in, and we're spending all this money to do designs, start construction. If the federal money dries up, let's hope it does not, at some point, it's even if things go how they should for climate and fish at the federal level, there will still be a reduction eventually, right? Like the BIL has an end date. But with the Climate Commitment Act in our back pocket, we are seen as a place where we can keep that momentum going, right? We have the local dollars to keep these projects moving and take something that, used BIL funding to do the design and get us to a constructed project and do the monitoring, with our CCA dollars. So no on 2117, I can say that because I'm private.
I think the approaches you're all talking about and the successful ways of getting more funding and scaling up make a lot of sense to me. I think it's also a little bit, I'm worried, or it's maybe at odds with some of the barriers that we've heard around lack of capacity to apply for grants, make the partnerships. Like there is a desire, but the time frames don't always align, or so. And I think some folks do still need just smaller pots of money, or they don't quite know what the entry point is. So I'm wondering what would you advise folks who are maybe feeling the weight of that capacity gap, both in their own roles or their roles if they're an institution, they're fiscal administrators and things.
Well, I think it's a problem, right? I think it's still a problem, and I think there's many that have heard that and are developing new funding sources, making a request to the legislature. We have a number of the building capacity within this large federal award. Ecology has a grant or a request into the legislature for a $2 million grant program to build local capacity for ongoing funding through this collaborative governance network we have called Cohorts, the Coastal Hazards Resilience Network. And so there are a number of these initiatives that we're also building a fellowship program for coastal hazards and coastal resilience, and those fellows would be placed in those local communities. So I think, from my point of view, as I hear that, I'm doing my part to try to bring those tools and resources to be delivered in local communities, but to keep letting, I think that communication network between the people who are doing the work on the ground, the local planners, the local communities, and then both the regional, federal, state, we have to have good information flow from bottom up and top down so we can all learn and hear from each other. So the Align Group is trying to do that. There are many efforts. I think this is a good forum. So we need to hear the problems and the issues that are happening at that local level to be clear, so that we can try to be responsive at our state level with our own requests.
Yeah, there's also quite a lot of resources out there that I'm not sure if they're being fully utilized. So, the problem is that when people are super busy, we all put in grant proposals at midnight before the deadline. So it's harder when that's your MO to sort of slow down and take the time to plan things a little bit more. And it makes it more difficult to coordinate with partners in advance. But if we do that, we can leverage, the capacity of partners. We can even reach out to groups who are kind of waiting to help in this space. So particularly if you're here from a tribe, take note of this NGO called the Environmental Policy Innovation Center. And they have a position dedicated to help tribes access particularly the Culvert AOP grants. But great guy, his name's Garrett Altman. He sits in New Mexico. He actually knows our backyard pretty well. I'd be happy to connect you, and he's just looking for tribes who want help with fish passage funding. The Puget Sound Partnership has their new funding team, so take advantage of that. I think it's really valuable to do some pre-work. I've worked quite a bit with RIA 1, the NUCSAC, coming up with a funding strategy for looking not just at fish habitat projects, but water supply, and really kind of thinking through how can they work together and, again, not compete for the same dollars. And then we also help them, write grants. So we've kind of got this recipe to come in, look at strategies, look at where there are good fits from funding sources. I think one of the things that really overwhelms people is there's just this onslaught. This grant opened. Is this a good fit? Like, if you're, what's the analogy? If you've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like, if you've got a pet project, you think every single grant is absolutely going to want to fund that, and like you figure out what little piece could possibly fit into your project. And I think if you've got a portfolio of projects and a bunch of partners at the table, you're kind of better able to look at all those opportunities and say, okay, this one is truly a good fit here. This other one isn't as good. Let's go find another funding source. So I think just kind of stepping back, it's super hard to do. But I think it will make us all a little bit less crazy with the onslaught of new funding coming at us. So there was another resource I was going to mention that is slipping my mind, but I will try to remember it, and it can be part of our 5% if I don't think of it.
Well, and we can
today.
also, if you send it to us after, we'll get it in the. I think, and I might actually turn this back to you, Susan. I actually haven't said sea level rise or coastal resiliency much since we started. So I'm wondering a bit if you have ideas of some, tools that we should be trying out in the state that maybe other places in the U.S. or other places in the world are looking at. I'm thinking of pay per success. I'm thinking bed swaps. I'm thinking, easements. What should we be thinking about or exploring, or are there things that we are already doing that maybe just need to be retooled to think about it in a different way that's really going to apply to level rise, resiliency, hazard type content?
Yeah, I really want our state to start thinking about procurement in a different way. You may have heard it called pay for performance or pay for success contracting, but it's basically like a full delivery contract for habitat projects or resilience, like insert whatever sort of capital project we're talking about. And the analogy is, for the work that I do, let's say you hire me to write a funding strategy. You could write this contract so that you just say, hey, here's what you need to have. You go write the strategy. When you submit it to us, we will pay you. I like to work more collaboratively, so that's not really what I'm suggesting. But how it works now in a non-deliverable space contract is, you pay for my time, you pay for my hours. In the 90s, you paid for my printing, right? So you're getting an invoice, you are reimbursing me monthly for whatever it is that I'm doing to get to a product. That is how we're funding our environmental work, our resilience work, our habitat work. And we don't always know if the product at the end of it is what we wanted to pay for. So there are ways to set up contracts that you are paying for the outcome, right? You're paying for the acres of riparian planting restored. You're paying for the gallons of water treated. And so it's incredibly attractive to investors because they know that, while it's great to, create jobs and have a lot of collaborations and have some things fail, and the way that we do work isn't going to go away, but this new approach is a way to get more things done and ensure that we're getting the outcomes. And so I think in a sea level rise space, the metric could be linear feet of armoring removed or acres of pocket estuary restored. And you build in these metrics. You don't make the payments until these benchmarks along the way with a final big payment at the end, and they're verified by a third party, right? So it's not me saying, yeah, I did your grant, it looks good, right? Now fund me. Instead, somebody else reviews it and says, yep, okay, she hit all the things that she said she was gonna hit in this final deliverable. So it's verified. It gets to the capacity issue because if we really think, I would shudder to think if we all added up how many hours we spend with applying for grants, negotiating the grants, managing the grants on both sides, then you're a project sponsor, also then doing an RFP, having firms compete, selecting a firm, negotiating that contract, and it's a lot. We do a lot of paperwork. And in a pay-for-performance setup, you've got one contract, and you're paying it, in maybe like 3 installments. It's all cooked into the contract. So there are savings, there's time savings, and the risk is really on the private firm who takes on that contract. It's being done in California. If anybody has heard of Department of Water Resources in California, the great thing for them is they've got a big budget of their own, so they're able to kind of decide how to spend the dollars. They're not going to the feds asking for grants and then trying to get the grant money to work this way. So we're a little bit hamstrung in our state because we really operate on kind of a reimbursable grant-funded system. So what we're looking at is what are the barriers to changing that system? Not entirely, but could we set aside a little pot of money? Virginia has a new bill setting aside $20 million for pay-for-performance contracting for some water quality projects in Chesapeake Bay. City of Seattle has a pay-for-performance rain gardens program. That's one of the first that I know of in the state. So, maybe it ends up being just as much work. I don't know, but let's try it, right? It would be really exciting to just pay for acres of floodplain reconnected and let that happen while you're also managing, the 4 or 5 other reconnection projects that you're doing in sort of a standard grant-funded RFP, fund the feasibility, fund the design, fund the permitting, fund the construction. So that's one that I'm really excited about. Happy to offer others or hear what else you guys have up your sleeves.
I haven't gotten into the private side of things too much, but I do feel like there is a lot of potential in really exploring those public and private funding partnerships in some way. There's a lot of capital and funding when you blend those worlds. And I know that the philanthropic and the business side of things has that money that I think Milken was talking about, right? And it's just about finding it, leveraging it.
Philanthropists get, I worked with philanthropists for a while, and one of the things they really like to use their funds to unlock other funds. So one of the biggest wins that a philanthropist might have would be actually using their funds to unlock others' government dollars or other state dollars or matching. And so it is, yeah, the blended finance is really interesting, and it's something I'm still learning about in the landscape of Washington State, and would love to talk with people a lot more about. I do think it's something that is not, I'm in a government space and in sort of the government planning space, it's something I'm not exposed to as much, and so it's definitely something I'm very interested in. I do want to get us to just in a moment for questions, and we will have a wrap up, closing thoughts after questions. But before we get to questions, are there any other things you'd want to make sure we covered?
I had a little idea / call to action with that last one, maybe. I wonder if just having conversations with some of the philanthropic community and people who manage government funding resources, just so they know like what each other are doing, what their priorities are, what their funding criteria are. Just having some of those conversations might bring some ideas, right? Especially at the private level. And I just also want to encourage you to, when you find out who those funders are at the state level or at the philanthropic level, don't be afraid to go talk to them, right? They're people just like you and me. I was one and still am, but we...
A philanthropist or a person?
Yeah, person. So to get to know them, right? Talk to them, find out what they're working on outside of that initial competition. So that is just, break down those barriers and have those conversations. So I think people all across the network, maybe of a philanthropist or somebody, and set up a conversation between them and a funder that you work with regularly. I don't know. Conversations are all okay, no matter who you are.
Yeah, I'll just add, I think we've actually lost some of our big family foundations in this space over the last couple of years. So Bullet just sunset. Meyer Memorial Trust in Oregon isn't quite doing the same work that they were. I'm not exactly sure if they're retooling. Russell's sort of retooling. There's a shift, and some of those. Paul Allen. Yeah, right. But there's no shortage of rich folks, new rich folks in Seattle. So let's go talk to them. The generation is very different. The way to engage them is really different. So I'm lucky to have a fundraiser at my house who teaches me all these things. And yeah, it's like pretty awkward, right, to have like a state agency go up and start chatting with a philanthropist, but there's like, why not? Of partners, of ways to connect money. That first job that I was telling you about, that took National Fish and Wildlife Foundation approaching Brian Abbott and saying, what do you think if we combine, our dollars, which were private, and your surfboard dollars, and start a new program? So let's do that. We need. There's no shortage of money. I think there is a shortage. What Kate brought up today is very true. This is a very, very complicated world. So how do we just simplify it and kind of explain what we're doing and let people know that, yeah, there's a lot of process, but like, you don't have to worry about that. You can, figure out how to activate your dollars in the right places with the right people. Two more very quick ideas. One is enforcement came up a lot yesterday. We need to be fining people who are breaking the law. And in doing that, we then have private dollars in the system, right? So Ecology's Coastal Protection Fund comes from water quality violations. That fund amount varies based on, how many fines have come in over the last year, but that money is not all of it. Some amount of it is put on the ground through competitive grants to do riparian plantings. So we could create something similar for shorelines, for shoreline armoring violations, and have, a state pot that funds the shore-friendly program through these penalties. That said, we need to go out and enforce them and have people pay the penalties, but we know that it works in at least one space. The other thing, not so much on the funding side, but just sort of on the creative side and thinking about sea level rise in particular. Land trusts have some really interesting acquisition tools in their toolkit. So, you could approach a landowner and say, I want to buy your property or I want to set up an easement. You stay until you pass, right? And so that's a life estate. And then when they pass, the land goes to the land trust, a tribe, the county, whoever's got the agreement with the landowner. There's a way to do that with sea level rise where you can set triggers for the properties. And so I think maybe that's where hazards really come in, where we could approach these landowners and say, you can stay for now, but obviously you're on this treacherous slope, or you're about to be inundated. So when that happens, that's sort of the trigger point for an easement to be set up or a transfer of the property. We mentioned this morning a lot of property rights issues, but so everything I'm talking about is voluntary. But I do think sea level rise gives us an interesting space to work in settings where, we're not, it's a little bit different than, you're in a floodway and you have to move tomorrow. This is very dangerous, right? In a lot of cases, it's more like, we need this space. We want to restore this space, but you can live here for X number of years. So I think there's some really interesting acquisition tools. There's also some pretty radical for our state rolling easement ideas, which is interesting to think about with the tidelands conversation that came up today. But believe it or not, Texas is way ahead of us and has an idea of rolling easements, which as the sea level shifts, so do the property rights, and they have a beach access law that I don't know enough about to say any more about, but I will say there's a great primer written by James Titus that's called Rolling Easements, and it really gets into a lot of these really interesting acquisition tools, and it's all from a sea level rise perspective. So check that out. It was from like 2011 or something, but I can't imagine that, I just don't think that's been tested that many places, so probably 2011 is the best state of the science at this point.
Great. Well, I'd like to open it up for questions. So hopefully I've got some mic runners, and let's do about 10 minutes of questions. See somebody in the middle.
This is probably just on. I appreciated Matt's comment about challenges related to capacity and bandwidth. I wanted to ask about another challenge, though. A significant barrier when it's required has always been match, particularly at the local government level. And we've seen a trend. It sounds like you've gotten bigger distributions and funding awards at the agency level that allows for match to be covered. Is that a movement that's going to continue? Because it's really opened up a lot of opportunities. I mean, finding magic money in the middle of a budget year at a local government is exceedingly difficult. So having that opportunity to go for a grant without that has made a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm all in.
No, I was just going to say, I do know the Puget Sound Partnership, Jen Grimm's team. I know match also came up a lot in those conversations as they were looking at barriers.
So I'd say NOAA was really a leader here. I mean, we've been talking about match for forever, right? And it's difficult. But there's been some big changes. So NOAA has been not requiring match on some of their big dollars. So we didn't need to provide any match. They asked for leverage. But I mean, you don't have to bill for that. You don't have to document for that. We just say like what is being funded associated with these projects, and then that's it, right? So I know that Floodplains by Design recently made a move to go that same direction, I believe. I know we had these conversations in the past with ESRP. The Recreation Conservation Office has been having those conversations with Surf Board. So I think it's breaking. I think it's going in that direction, and I'm hopeful that as many programs that have the ability to do that. Not some programs really will need that. There may be smaller dollars. The local match is important. It shows that local contribution or that other contribution to a project, and that's really important. But I think there are alternative methods, and I think we're seeing a lot of changes. It's been great.
Ditto.
Great. Other question?
Yeah, thank you. Amy Waterman, I work with Department of Ecology as a senior stormwater planner, so I'm a little fish out of water. But I'm really enjoying this conversation because I'm personally and professionally interested in climate resilience. And this particular conversation, because I spent so many years creating ideas, writing grants, and carrying out grants in the nonprofit world, and then work for ecology handing out grants through the combined stormwater water quality program. And I wanted to make a comment that I'm excited to hear about the pay performance and the public-private partnership conversation because, and you might be aware of this, but that's happening in the stormwater space. And the legislature actually set aside some money in the combined water quality funding program to fund public-private partnership public-private partnerships specifically for stormwater. And so the combined water quality program is setting some money aside in their kind of traditional program for those partnerships. And they're, in conversations with municipalities and trying to figure out what that's going to look like. But so it's happening. I encourage you guys to keep the conversation going.
I know how to find you.
Sure. I can connect you.
Yeah.
Good question?
Hi. Holy smokes, that is loud. I'm Dawn Spilsbury, and I have two questions, if I may, because I wear two very different hats. So the first one is with my Puget Sound Ecosystem Monitoring Program, Salmonid's work group hat. Monitoring, has that been kind of part of it? Because that's one thing we're really struggling with. The Salmonid's work group right now is trying to figure out how to communicate all the monitoring that's being done. We're on a good track to try and kind of do an inventory and all of that, but also I'm thinking primarily around like rotary screw traps, pit tags, all this, and we do need a coalition. Do you think that coalition model you guys are talking about will translate into monitoring and finding monitoring money that way?
Is that for me?
It's for any of the bright
I think
minds.
the pay for performance might be better on the monitoring side of things. So for anybody who doesn't know, and I would be surprised if you all haven't heard this 100 times already, but monitoring is really, really hard to pay for. And a lot of the reason is because capital dollars, you have capital, operating, and transportation dollars is the three main pillars of the budget for the legislature. Capital dollars doesn't pay for ongoing work, right? And so you can get a couple of years of monitoring. NOAA doesn't even allow for biological monitoring. They do like physical process monitoring for a short period. So to get those, like, are we getting the fish that we want? Are we getting the ecosystem services that we want? It's been kind of more of a build it and move on to the next project model, and that's really challenging. So I am still like banging my head against the wall for that one. I've also heard that this constitution, the state constitution in Washington, doesn't allow for some of these ongoing, say, like an endowment or a corpus account. Say Minnesota legislature passed the ability to have a long-term monitoring fund for conservation easements. And you can't steward or do O&M without kind of a pot of cash that you can draw down from the interest that is collected off of that account for time, but that's not eligible to happen in Washington according to our Constitution. But this is secondhand from somebody who knows, but it's not my researched information.
Yeah, I am aware that other pay for success models in other countries, some of the monitoring gets included in, the payment structure over longer periods of time. But Susan, you might.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that wouldn't probably cover the type of monitoring, Dawn, that you're talking about, but I do feel like, that a lot of that should and could be operational dollars, right? Like if we're talking about pit tags and fish monitoring, like let's make that an operational line item in DFW's budget and fund it. I think it's a shame that we're kind of viewing the science to help us adaptively manage like it's a competitive project and optional. I think there's creative ways to tuck it in to certain grant programs. I feel like ESRP and their learning projects is a really good creative example of
It's
kind
not
of getting
monitoring.
around. Sorry, what?
It's not monitoring, I have to say that.
It's not monitoring.
Yeah,
Don't call
research.
it mon, it's not.
It's not
Okay,
monitoring.
sorry.
So the two sides of that are we have great partners up in the Scheduler System Co-op, and their director told me he manages 70 grants a year just to do their work in one watershed. That's an incredible
crazy.
capacity for Dr. Lemoyne's work. I mean, we want him in doing smart things in the water. The other side of that funding problem is when we see mitigation projects and other types of projects that are required to be monitored for 5 to 10 years to find out if we actually are reaching any kind of no net loss. But our funding models are like for 2 years. Our SIPs, or capital improvement program, funding models are 2 years. And so you get your monitoring for that program, and then there is no request for the last 5 years. So we don't actually know. A lot of these projects aren't getting fully monitored. So our funding, or these 2 to 4 year windows, are cramping our style. So to the smart people in the room with influence and conversations, please kind of start. Let's try and figure out a way to do maybe subawards to relieve some of these brilliant scientists so they can do their work and not push paper. And then also let's figure out the funding model so that we can ask for long-term funding that lasts and doesn't expire in 4 years, in 2 bienniums. And then my other question with my other hat. So I'm Dawn, I'm with Facet Northwest.
Don, can I comment on that real quick?
Oh,
for a
yeah, go
second?
Sue. Yeah.
I was thinking about Jim's presentation yesterday with all the R's, and I
Yeah.
think one of our R's needs to be redesign, right? So some of the projects that we did 10, 12 years ago aren't correct necessarily, right? They either, the conditions have changed, or sea level has changed, or they're high and dry during low flows. So we would only know that by monitoring the projects. And so I think if we build in a system of it isn't a bad thing for us to go back and fix projects. ESA did it in Port Susan. The bummer was like, does it count? It's not new acres. Well, no, but they're now functional acres if you're a fish, right? So kind of who cares? So if we have to go back, we won't know to go back unless we've got some of the monitoring in hand to know how these sites are performing. So I'm wondering if within a resilience mindset and kind of a shift to our old way of doing, the old, like, are you done yet? How many fish is this project gonna make? Like, I haven't heard that in a really long time. So I think we're changing, and I think this idea of climate resilience and looking and seeing, are we getting the function from these projects as conditions change, could be a way to unlock some monitoring dollars.
Thanks. And then the other side of my work is sea level rise work, and we work with communities not just within Puget Sound like Kitsap, but we also work with Pacific County. And I just want to, we talk a lot. I mean, I know this is Puget Sound specific, but what I'm hearing from the county outside, Jay knows this too, Pacific and Grays, and they are facing very different resiliency solutions and strategies that they need different ideas than we with the big bluffs and higher level communities here, higher level in elevation. So yeah, sea level rise is just impacting them differently, and they don't have the space to move a lot of these places, and they've got old homes and they can't afford to raise them up. So anyway, I just want to say we're focusing a lot on Puget Sound, and that's great. But those of you that are in the state coalitions and the action communities that, with the MOUs, I'm losing my words, but keep in mind the outer coast. Nope, not the outer coast.
The Pacific Coast.
Not the outer coast. The Pacific Coast. Yeah. So for those counties out there that are really fat, low, and have these huge waves. So thanks.
I think we're short on time for more questions, so I just kind of want to wrap up the session and invite folks to lunch. But wondering if you all have any closing thoughts or reflections or things you'd like the room to work on more.
There's so many things, right?
Well, do it in 2 minutes.
Can I have 15 to 20 more minutes, please? This is in all of our interests to keep working this problem, keep working on improving the funding system, especially as we have, I see this is a big challenge, but, the whole thing, like, don't make a good crisis go to waste, right? This is an opportunity for us to really transform how we do our work together. And maybe there is a bright future if we can do that. So I think if we try to shed some of our silos, like we say, but truly reach out to other people, work with our tribal sovereigns, work with our local governments, think about both the built infrastructure and the natural environment together, try to keep working this problem and talk to the people who are managing these programs, whether that's me or Fish and Wildlife or the partnership or RCO, help set up some of these conversations. Have a whiteboard session with a friend who might have some good ideas that I didn't know about.
I thought of what I couldn't remember, which is HSIL funds capacity. So how
Yes, we did.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Very excited about
and right, so the NEP dollars are quite flexible, or were, or maybe still are. I don't know. That's my understanding, but we heard for years and years we don't have enough capacity. HSIL is now really funding a lot of capacity. So let's figure out where the flexible dollars are and flex them, and flex our own networks and resources in the next 10 days. CCA is very much on the ballot. We speak about it with a lot of shorthand. Let's not be nuanced about it. Let's tell our neighbors, tell our families what we do for a living. The Climate Commitment Act funds it. I-2117 is seeking to repeal it. Here's what it means in your communities. And let's just be super clear about it, because the initiative is also a double negative and it's confusing. And for folks who don't know what it is, even in this room, I feel like probably for good reason, but we've kind of been talking around it. So that's my call to action. In the next 10 days, call a friend, call a family member, tell them what you do for a living. And literally the whole country is actually watching Washington. This is the biggest climate decision on the ballot anywhere, and all the other states are watching. So sorry, I know I'm really not supposed to be saying any of this in this mic, but we got to do it.
I just want to thank in genuinely the EPA funding, the NEP dollars, the HSIL, all the different strategic initiative leads. I mean, the people who have been working in these systems and these programs have been doing incredible work. They don't just pass out money, but they run this really innovative, incredible thing that is what we're doing right now. I'm just really inspired at what you guys have done with that and the work that's happened in the past years and the work that's going to happen in the future years. So it is a really important part of our community and the funding system that we have. So I just want to thank you guys for all of that.
Well, that seems like a good place to end it. Let's do a round of applause. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Susan. We are going to go to lunch. I would like to, at the lunch, there is the Cosmos activity. If folks did sign up for that Cosmos activity, start wandering now out to the lobby to get your lunch, take your lunch and go into room 2BC. Get in front of the line from other folks. Other things that are going to be happening at our lunch session today, we as Amy Kinney mentioned, we have the Knowledge Gap posters on my left on the wall. Please take a look at that. And we also have several lunch tables, and yeah, thank you, Rachel. She's going to pull the slide up. So we have some good discussions. Please take a look at that, including one that I believe is on finance. So thank you, and we will see you in a little bit.
Just go ahead. Hi, I'm Bree Turner. I'm on the HSIL team as the Marine Veg implementation lead and the moderator for this session. I think we'll just get started, and hopefully another screen might come online here in a moment. Yeah, okay. So yesterday, Tish did a great job of kind of sharing a landscape of the different habitats in the nearshore that are experiencing impacts from sea level rise. And right now we have an opportunity to do a deep dive into kind of one group of those habitats, the kelp and eelgrass habitats. and those oxygen-producing habitats, as Julianne was noting earlier. And we have collected a panel for you. We have 3 presentations that they'll be giving that will then have our Q&A at the end. And, oh yay, we're up, we're great. And so I'll just hop in, since we're kind of getting a little delayed here, and give you the introductions to all 3 at the beginning here. So first up will be Rachel Skubel. She is the Aquatic Stewardship Lead Scientist for Washington Department of Natural Resources, and she'll be sharing some of the projects that DNR has related to this topic for managing both kelp and eelgrass. Next up will be Ronald Baum, who is staff science emeritus in the Coastal Sciences Division of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, where he led the Coastal Ecosystem Technical Group until his retirement. And then last we have John Ripchick, who is a professor and applied ecologist in the Department of Environmental Science at Western Washington University. And please give a warm welcome to all 3 of our panelists today. Oh, sorry.
Hello, everyone. So as Bree mentioned, I am Rachel Skubel, and I lead our aquatic assessment and monitoring team at Washington Department of Natural Resources. I know there's a number of DNRs represented here today. And our team generally works to inform the adaptive management of state-owned aquatic lands, and that's through a combination of targeted monitoring, through some experimental research, and generally being kind of on call to our other teams at DNR if they have questions about a given project and how it's going to impact our habitats, or if there's a new stressor emerging or things like that. And recently, as much as possible, we've also been trying to consider the human dimensions of the habitats that they're working in, knowing that these are inextricably linked with the non-human elements. So the vegetation I'm going to chat about today, of course, eelgrass, we've covered before, canopy kelp, and also a little shout out to macroalgae. So macroalgae, kind of just all marine plants bigger than one cell essentially, and all kelp is macroalgae, but not all macroalgae is kelp. So especially in that intertidal area, we have a mixture of not just eelgrass, but a lot of macroalgae, some kelp. We have sometimes really small bull kelp, so even canopy kelp. So I am reminded and try to remind myself that in that intertidal area especially, there's really a lot of diversity. And it's not just the vegetation in this area, of course, we also have humans who are a core component of this system and have been since time immemorial. And arising from that interaction of vegetation and humans, we have a lot of ecosystem services that arise. So these are just a couple. Sustenance from recreational harvest, cultural identity, sediment stabilization, nutrient cycling, wave attenuation, as well as sense of place, habitat, of course, for our many precious animals, and kind of from the perspective of kelp, for instance, providing support genetically for our emerging kelp aquaculture. And then in that system as well, of course, we have this mosaic of stressors. So those kind of blue highlighted ones on the left are the ones we might typically associate with human-induced climate change as something that has been increasing over time. So the ones we're talking about today, of course, are largely sea level rise, storm surge, groundwater inundation. And in addition to that, of course, we have all these other multiple stressors that we can't really escape. So warming, salinity change, ocean acidification, changes in our oxygen levels. And then on the other side, I have things that Washington DNR considers quite a bit in our work. So when humans are in this ecosystem, when they're building something like a marina, operating something like that, there's these other things that come into place. So from a vegetation perspective, that'll be something like shading or physical damage, for instance, when boats are pulling in and out of marinas, or other ways of operating around those areas. So I'll just go a little bit more into some work that's been done on how these stressors that the symposium is really revolving around are impacting these types of vegetation. So a lot of great work has been done on eelgrass here in Washington, of course, including on inundation, but there were some really great visuals I found from some work in Australia where they're also dealing with these things. So on the left side with that white box, this is some work that was done around a flood event with eelgrass in Australia, and really teasing apart when you have this big flooding event, so that squiggly blue arrow I put there, how does the distribution of eelgrass change? So that will depend on where you are in an environment. So closer to shore in that intertidal area, when you have that big flood event come in, so that thinner gray line, that's what you would usually expect for eelgrass cover going up and down seasonally. But in that shallow intertidal area, you're having sediment coming in, you're having it burying that eelgrass. So it can take sometimes a number of years to really kind of go back to where it was. In the more shallow area, we have some sedimentation, but then we also have resuspension, so that sediment is being picked up and kind of challenging that eelgrass again. And then when you get into that deeper area, it's more so limitation of light, and so that might be a little more analogous to sea level rise in terms of that kind of being the key stressor. But for this in particular, it is important to consider that this is a very idealized way of looking at this as kind of like a single stressor look, and especially with accelerating climate change, when you have something like a big flooding event, that's not the only thing that's happening. So we're having marine heat waves, we're having a lot of other things going on at the same time, so that typical recovery trajectory might not happen that way, probably won't happen that way. And on the other side is an example of kelp work that was done in New South Wales in Australia. So this was, again, a big flood event, similar to that king tide folks were discussing yesterday, but this time the scientists were like, hey, we know this king tide is coming up, let's go to this kelp bed and see what happens. So they monitored from 2 meters down to 10 meters to see how kelp responded to this big flooding event. And this is an example of a lot of mortality that they saw. So in this particular area, as the flooding happened, so about 1 to 4 months afterwards, like there was really the kelp I think it was about 49% of the kelp was dead. A lot of tissue loss, a lot of bleaching, if you will, but they did see some recovery in this case 7 months after the fact, and they also kind of took that into the lab and were like, hey, like how does the really tiny reproductive part of kelp respond versus these adults, essentially, that we're seeing here. And they did find that the tiny gametophytes, as we call them, were a bit more resilient to changes in the level of salinity in the water with that big influx of fresh water. And this led to some areas recovering pretty well 7 months after that flooding event. So that was an interesting look at potentially the resilience that we might see in some kelp areas. But again, this is Australia, we're in Washington, it's a different system. And so what are the tools that we're using here in Washington? So on my team, two of the things that we're using are this a network for intertidal monitoring, as well as doing some mapping of the intertidal and subtidal. And of course, we are really happy to be able to access all the other great projections and tools that folks have been working on. So that intertidal monitoring program, Cynthia briefly mentioned it yesterday. It's called the Acidification Nearshore Monitoring Network, or Anemone, and we really try to be a marriage of climate science, working with communities, and trying to feed information into natural resource management. So we have 13 sites around the Salish Sea, and at each site we have two we call them cages, or kind of sets of sensors that are sampling at a really high frequency for those boxes in green, so temperature, pH, et cetera. And then we also, with the help of our community scientists and our partners, we're able to go out there and measure what's happening to the eelgrass bed. And this has been happening for a number of years. We're adding new sites. We just started a new site at Hermosa Point with the Tulalip tribes, which we're really excited about. So this is really able to give us a good picture of what's happening in these systems. And in addition to kind of like that on the ground work, we also have some boat-based surveys. So we'll go out and we'll kind of use different types of sonar to kind of get a signal back up from the eelgrass. And when we get that signal back up, we're able to kind of draw out like where is that eelgrass bed? Where is it more dense, for example? Where is it taller? And then we can see how that changes over time as well. And one project we really enjoyed working on is with the Port of Seattle in Smith Cove or Elliott Bay. So here's kind of been like a living laboratory for us. We've really been able to ask some more targeted questions. So we've assessed how blue carbon is stored in eelgrass beds and the sediment around the eelgrass bed. And now we're entering into a new phase of the project where we're also incorporating questions about sea level rise and measuring accretion over time, and also asking about how is carbon stored in this macroalgae, this really diverse set of vegetation that we have here. And another really great tool we have at DNR, Washington DNR as well, is our habitat stewardship measures. That's led by Alex Stote, who's there in the back. She leads that planning unit. So this is something that when we enter into use authorizations with tenants on state-owned aquatic land, we have these habitat stewardship measures that are included. And these are science-informed ways that we guide folks how to reduce the impact of their uses on the environment. So now I'm kind of going to try to speed through two ways that we kind of think about at DNR the impact of sea level rise on aquatic lands and how we're going to respond. So we've been mandated by our climate resilience plan to incorporate climate change or climate actions into our aquatic leases in 2040, so we have a bit of time. And so I think of it kind of as a top-down or infrastructure-based approach, and then there's also this habitat or bottom-up approach. So in terms of that infrastructure-based approach, let's use like a dock or a marina, for example. We have sea level rise. It leads to changes in the structural integrity of an overwater structure, and that can lead to damage. We call it an improvement. That's our lingo at DNR, but kind of a damaged structure. And then that can mean that all of those stewardship measures that we've really carefully designed to make sure that that structure has less of an impact on its environment may not be as effective. It can also lead to structures just being derelict and impacting the aquatic environment that way. And so then we're going to have an enhanced impact of those kind of structural impacts in addition to the other stressors the bed is facing. And so some tools that we use to kind of inform that, of course, are the threat mapping. The sea level rise projections are super useful in kind of targeting where that's more likely to happen. And we're looking at how can we kind of build some case study approaches to see how we might tweak our stewardship measures to incorporate these things. And then we're also trying to use that on the ground and boat-based data that we have to, again, inform us what is the environment that these changes are going to be happening in. And then in terms of how we're thinking about it from the habitat level, so here it's kind of hard not to think about all the stressors at once. So we have, of course, climate change happening. Essentially what that does for the vegetation is there's just more stress where that plant is, or increased physiological stress. So, if this room got really hot and there was less oxygen in it, like we're not gonna wanna stay here, hopefully. And so essentially what that does is that ideal habitat for this vegetation is gonna be moving. So for eelgrass, maybe it's ideally would be more upslope if it wants more access to light. In some cases, it might be where there's cooler water. So that might be sideways, laterally, or deeper. It's going to depend a lot on the vegetation species. And so for that perspective, in terms of how we enhance resiliency in that way, something called adaptive capacity. So if we have these threats happening to these vegetation species in these areas, how can we kind of give it the best chance given all these things that are going to be happening to it? So how can we work towards there being that suitable habitat if the place it is right now isn't going to be as suitable? And how can we really reduce these stressors that are happening in place? And so we really are leaning into, for example, our intertidal work to understand what those stressors are for those different species, how our distribution of this vegetation is changing with that mapping, and also our habitat stewardship measures are a really key part of that. And of course, the projections as well have been really key. So with that, I will wrap it up and thank you, and we'll move on, I guess.
All right, that was great. Yeah, appreciate it. I hadn't heard about what you were doing, and it sounds really solid to me. Ron Thumb, and I'm going to talk about things I've been doing over the last 30, 40 years on climate change and the effects on eelgrass and things like that, and see what how this might help in this plan with the state. And I'm an old man, so I forget stuff, a lot of stuff. So if I'm trying to find a word, please, say it so it'll help. We can go move on. So it's some foundational work toward management. Yeah, so my objective is to present information on climate change impacts of sea level rise and also temperature on eelgrass in our region, and suggest some approaches to next steps given a lack of site and regional information and uncertainties that are there. I got started with this actually when I moved to the National Lab in Sequim. They're worried about temperature and things like that, and they had a study in the Chesapeake going on accretion rates and things like that, and they had a setup where they were blowing 2x CO2 over wetlands, and so they were interested in that. So I got a little bit of money from the Department of Energy to look at accretion rates in the system, and I was able, and the cesium-137 was still there, so I was able to use that and coring to figure out that. So I got interested about 30 years ago there, working on that kind of thing. And then other things, including CO2 enrichment of eelgrass and kelp, and the influence of climate variation on them, and climate-linked mechanisms for driving spatial and temporal variations and things like that. And more recently, and we looked on resilience to those systems, and we had a good system there because the lab is situated right on the in Sequim Bay, just at the mouth of Sequim Bay, and it allowed us to work there and do experimental work, trying to understand some of these questions. And another thing we had was large flowing seawater tanks there that we used mostly to build up stocks of eelgrass that we use for restorations. We'd bring in stocks from a site that was hopefully going to be restored, and over a couple of years made more and used those. And we produced thousands of eelgrass that were used for restoration. So we had 3 huge tanks there that really, really helped the research there. And we, my office there was in that building about 500 giant steps from the eelgrass, so couldn't manage, I had to get out there and use it. And we actually monitored the growth rate of eelgrass for 30 years there, not every year, and using interns and things like that to do that. So we have a nice long data set on that. And one of the things we were trying to do is figure out what eelgrass needs to grow. And this is a simple conceptual model. And we did work on light and temperature, not on salinity, but water motion, and used the literature for other factors that control the structure of eelgrass. And that helps us understand things that will make it grow, and that's what we want to worry about in terms of restoration and climate change. By the way, Eric and Ian, I missed your talks yesterday, but I've read their papers and they're fantastic. Just they're on the top edge of the way to handle sea level rise, and it's amazing to have that work done right around here. And so a lot of work on the distribution vertically, and you can see that the density increases in some places where the light is optimal for them. And Willapa and Coos Bay are more turbid, so they didn't go as deep. Puget Sound, these are over many, many sites, and Puget Sound they can go pretty deep because it's more light there. And then some work we've done on the left in the upper corner there is through the year measuring the growth rates, and the ones in the winter are done at night, of course, and so we have fewer, but the plants actually grew. If you look at the temperature and you look at the light, there's hardly any light during the late winter and early spring getting to those plants, but they were growing like crazy, and so they're using material that they obtained during the spring and summer of the previous year to do that. And then they kind of bails out in the summer as things get warmer, and then it goes down in the fall. So that's what the pattern is. And then the growth rate studies we did on the right, runs from 1991 to 2005. It shows variation in the growth rates, which also kind of corresponded with the ocean index, the ONI, and if you look real hard, you can see that, and also on mean sea level. So there's a connection with their growth rate and the ocean conditions. The oceanic ninja. What is it? ONI? Tell me what ONI is. Inyo index. That's right, and that's taken at the equator, in a section of the equator, that information. And so we got interested in that, ONI, and you can see that ONI and mean anomaly of the water level changes. So up to maximum of about a meter based on atmospheric conditions and the ocean conditions. And if you look on the right, it's a mess. This side on this, or the picture on the right is a mess, but basically it's 3 different plots of eelgrass and their growth rates, and you can see that when the ocean index is neutral between -1 and +1, they're higher, and then they taper off with either cooling or warming. And these are the 2 papers. I'm not going to talk about 3 papers that these guys have published, and they're terrific. So, and you've already heard about this, the sea level rise work. And one of the cool things is that in Ian's work, he said that there's some sites that really could be focused on, and others really you don't need to focus on as much. They're not as vulnerable to the system. I think it's a very important statement that we can focus on certain areas that really are going to be damaged. So I want to talk about heat waves, and oh my gosh, these are 3 papers this year on heat waves. It's going crazy, and we've had some beauties here, and those do affect eelgrass, believe it or not. And I'll show you some data, but there's just a lot out there. It's just every day there's another one, seems like. And this is a website, just for your information. It's handled by the University of Maine, and it's the ocean temperature between 60 north and 60 south every day. And you can see the orange line, it was 2023, and the dark line on top is 2024. So it is warm. Anyway, it's a great website. Yeah, it's called the Climate we can't even read it here. It's too Reanalyzer. Thank you. Okay, and you just go on there, and you can play around in it. I recommend it. And this is another thing that's come out. The paper came out a few months ago from China, and it talked about the fact that the blobs we've been seeing have been made primarily by the cleanup of the air in China. So there's less particulate material in the air. So I called Nick Bond, who's the former climatologist for the state, and I said, Nick, what's going on here? And he got back to me and he said, you know, the air is clearer. There'll be more sun coming down. It'll make it hotter. Oh, okay, thank you. You know, but it's a lot hotter than it used to be. So there's other things going on. But I think it's just fantastic. There's a couple papers on it actually. And this is data on the left, upper left corner is data on temperature during that 2021 heat wave in the eelgrass. And the important thing to point from that is the work we've done on temperature tolerances for eelgrass on the right. And it shows if you get above about 25 C, the plants do not like it at all. They can't hack it. And their respiration goes way up, their net production goes way down, and they're going to die quickly. And they did. In fact, we lost about 700 meters square at our site, and it hasn't recovered. So these heat waves are a big deal. Okay, so the temperature there was, the highest we got was a little over 30 degrees. And this is just more data. I want to point on that kind of thing because I know I need to hurry up here. But on the right is a study we did back 30 years ago on the outer coast, and the plot shows kind of the recovery from an El Nino in 1998, 7 and 8. And it really did, the eelgrass in Willapa Bay did recover after that, and it was pretty dramatic over the next 4 years. So that's kind of a resilience thing that you can imagine. Eelgrass, Zostra marina, is the largest, I mean, it covers the largest area in the world of all the seagrass, all the 62 seagrass species. So it figured it out, you know, how to hang in there, and put it that way. It's pretty hardy that way. And this is a paper on diseases that have that eelgrass gets that have been enhanced with warmer weather. And that's going to affect their ability to recover. And then the final thing I want to talk about is using science to figure out ways to worry about, or ways to develop mechanisms to help eelgrass. And this actually comes from work on the Columbia estuary, trying to figure out if the restoration on the Columbia of habitats and for juvenile salmon is going to improve the long-term runs coming in. And because it's not an obvious thing you can do to monitor, you can use lines of evidence and other methods to do that. And this was done and published, and actually was picked up by the National Academies of Sciences that Heide Diefendorfer from our lab was on a panel in the Gulf Coast to help after the Deepwater Horizon spill on how to monitor and predict what's going to happen with the actions that are taken down there to recover there. So it's just a common sense thing, and one thing you need to know is the conceptual model and the factors of stressors that are affecting it, and focus on those elements to see what's wrong and figure out if you can fix them. And then from Heide's work, using multiple lines of evidence helps to compensate for the inability to use traditional experimental designs, lack of reference conditions, lack of replication, difficulties in establishing causality, and often the shortage of appropriate data, which we all run into all the time. So this has worked in other systems. So here we have the squeeze. Sea level rise pushes eelgrass upslope. The bluffs and the beach erosion limit upslope conditions. Increased heat waves impacts shallower edges of the meadow. Diseases are potentially enhanced. The system is destabilized and will be hard to recover. But there's one thing I really like this figure, which shows that really what we're looking at is trying to get a safe operating space for eelgrass. And that basically what you want to do is you want to reduce the local stressors so that there's more capacity to deal with warming. of the system. It's a nice paper that Scheffer has did in 2015. Taking the pulse, this is from Graham, a new one, and basically for resilience and conservation of seagrass meadows. Protect valuable habitats, conserve habitats is faster and more reliable than restoring. Understand drivers of health, remove damaging stressors. This is already, you guys are all over this, I think. And future proofing of foundational habitats for climate resilience is a management challenge over time. And it sounds like the state's working on it great. So, and as far as restoring things, we think we know a lot about it, but we don't. Most of the projects that have been done by the state and others have failed to restore eelgrass, and for various reasons. Many of the places we just don't know why, but Jeff Gakel gave me this and said that poor water quality and competing algae are some of the problems. But 32 to 60% of transplant projects have been unsuccessful on the West Coast, based on this 2023 paper. So it's not a slam dunk to try to restore by just planting plants. And there's some resilience metrics we can use, which I stole from Gunderson 2000 and kind of tweaked them for our area. And you can see some of those things. Resilience, if you see sustained and viable over long periods of time, determined through success and plantings, ecosystem processes, transplants fail related to heat waves. And so there's things you can do to, there's metrics you can use to really say, this is going to help resilience or hurt resilience. And we published this paper in 2012 on resilience. And the cumulative actions that for preserving and restoring eelgrass is protect and conserve, reduce and eliminate sources of disturbance, restore sites that have been damaged, and see how they work, create meadows, which is risky. If they're not there now, there's a good reason they're not there. So usually that's when things fail. Disease-free donor stock, carefully planning procedures, strategically address threats such as climate change, and employ net ecosystem gain. And this is my last slide, and this is something we did about 20 or 30 years ago with the state. In terms of building the Clinton Ferry Terminal, they wanted to make it wider so they could get more boats on the dock through the toll booth. And we said, why don't you make it narrower and longer? And they said, well, we can do that. And there's eelgrass all around there, which a lot of it had been hurt and damaged by the previous dock. And the prop wash was killing eelgrass too. So they agreed they could put the slips along shore, which the wake would go along shore instead of the eelgrass, toward the eelgrass. And then we did a bunch of restoration and ended up with more eelgrass there after construction. So that's net ecological gain, in my opinion, anyway. And the Washington State Academy of Sciences did a study on net ecological gain. You can go get it on their website. And I think that's it. Yeah, so summary, reduce local and regional stressors, use multiple lines of evidence and systematic process to figure out what you're going to do, operationalize the concept of safe operating space as an organizing model guiding resilience. That's it.
We're just going to press the arrow to... All right. Thank you, Bree, for giving me the unenviable task of having to follow Ron Tom on a talk on eelgrass and climate change. I should have renegotiated my timing slot when I signed my contract with you here. So I'm gonna give myself the perhaps unrealistic luxury of just talking about effects of eelgrass, effects of sea level rise on eelgrass. And the work I'm gonna show is the result of the work of a lot of my students, including Katrina Poppy and Rich Vouge and Mira Lutz, and forgetting a few, but this is all their work. So I'm going to talk about that. So we're going to start off with the premise that if we think about all coastal systems and not just eelgrass, but other vegetated systems, that historically over the last 10,000 years, estuaries in the Puget Sound, they're historic, recent historic features, and they've been able to keep pace with sea level rise. Seas have been rising for 10,000 years, and we have seen that our systems, left unaltered, have been able to keep pace with those almost by definition with rising sea levels. And they do that in two ways. One is that they accrete sediments to keep pace with sea level rise, and a big question right now is as the rates of sea level rise increase more, what are the limits of that rate increase in terms of accretion? And then they can also, if there's no barriers, they can migrate inland. And much of the restoration, that we see in coastal systems has very much to do with enhancing sedimentation, allowing systems to accrete at their maximum to keep pace with current and future sea level rise. So that's where we stand. But I wasn't here yesterday, so there were apparently many talks on sea level rise, but I want to talk about what is sea level rise to a plant. Now, when we think about sea level rise, as Ian probably talked about yesterday, is that you have that eustatic component, that's the global component, but you also have then whatever's happening locally, deep subsidence or uplift. And so that's what we mostly think about when we're thinking about our coastal systems and resilience to sea level rise. We're talking about that relative sea level rise that includes the eustatic component plus any deep geological processes, and that's different all over the world. So, but to a plant, there's actually another component that's probably the most important, because it's the one thing that we can actually do something about. Locally, we can't manage for eustatic sea level rise or deep subsidence, but we actually manage for this third component. So, oh, by the way, this is, just to point out this, so when we look at a tide gauge record, this one from Seattle, what we're looking at is the relative sea level rise, not the eustatic, right? So that's actually good. I mean, that gives us much of the information we need when we think about resilience to sea level rise. It's not the eustatic that's important to us. Well, the most important is the relative, including the subsidence component. But there is the shallow processes that our management strategies can affect. And those are things like the rates of mineral deposition and organic matter, accumulation and decomposition, shallow compaction, primary compaction. These things are happening on the marsh surface or the meadow of the eelgrass surface. These are the things, and these things happen on magnitude, an order of magnitude greater than what we're seeing right now with sea level rise too. These we're talking processes that can happen in a centimeter or two a year instead of a millimeter or two a year. So when we're talking about sea level rise and managing for sea level rise, we need to think not only of that relative sea level rise, but also this third component, the shallow processes that happen in the marshes and the seagrass meadows. And we have tools to measure that. And one of the tools that frequently used, I think someone mentioned this a little bit yesterday, is surface elevation tables. And let me just show, if you don't know what those are, these are basically a stable benchmark that we can drive into the marsh. And then we can do I have a pointer? Yeah, I have a pointer here. And then we can attach, so this little part right here of this surface elevation table is the only thing that stays in the marsh. That's driven down basically to a point of refusal, 30 or 40 feet typically, and that just stays in the marsh. And then we can come out at any time and hook up a level and drop pins down from it and measure very precisely, and this rotates around 360 degrees. We can measure very precisely at one point changes in elevation at the millimeter scale. So currently there's nothing on the point-by-point basis that can do what a set can do. And that gives us a measurement of those surface processes, the third component of sea level rise. And so over the last now 25 years, we've been slowly building, and when I say we, it's not just me, but agencies are involved with this as well. Nonprofits have been putting these sets in their various sites for various purposes, most often having to do with looking at the efficacy of restoration projects. The first sets were put in Padilla Bay, which is great for this talk because that's an eelgrass system, in 2002. Currently, there are over 100 sets in the U.S. side of the Salish Sea, and another 100 or so up in British Columbia as well. They're in Padilla Bay, Nisqually, the Stille, the Snohomish Skagit, and we have them in about 75% of current estuarine habitat. So it's kind of this little quiet revolution of sets have been established over the years here. Now I want to talk about the Padilla Bay set system and what that can tell us about eelgrass and sea level rise. And then the modeling work that we can do, we can derive from the data that we collect during the sets to use to calibrate, initialize, and validate models to project what might happen in the future. So that's what I'm going to spend the rest of the time. It's interesting, as an aside, I want to say, so we're trying to measure accretion. To answer the fundamental question, how fast are our coastal sites accreting right now? Is it at the same pace as sea level rise, and can they keep pace with sea level rise in the future? And 20 years ago, we had almost zero data to answer that question. We didn't know how fast our marshes or eelgrass beds were accreting. We didn't know. The first person who did any of that work was Ron Tom right here in that paper in 1992, and that was the only couple data points for probably 10 years that we had any public knowledge of. And now we've got these sets. We've taken a lot of cores. There's other ways to measure accretion as well, and we can finally start answering these questions. So that's living history here. All right, so what have these sets shown us about eelgrass meadows in the Pacific Northwest? And I'm going to talk about Padilla Bay in particular. And most of you here probably are quite familiar with Padilla Bay, but if you're not, it's located right here. It's part of the Skagit system. And before European settlement, it was coupled to the overall distributary system of the Skagit. But it was been diked and leveed, and now it's hydrologically isolated from the Skagit, and that's probably why there is so much eelgrass there. One of the reasons is that there's not a lot of sediments in there blocking light, so it's an ideal place for eelgrass to grow right now, and it is the largest contiguous eelgrass meadow in the lower 48. Here's a picture of it. Another kind of cool thing is the range of eelgrass in Padilla Bay is about -3 meters to +0.5 meters, 0 being mean low water. And on a low tide, almost the entire bay drains out. Pretty much the entire bay drains out, and all these eelgrass meadows are exposed. This is a seaward side of it looking back toward land, and it's quite stunning. It's 9 miles by 3 miles. It's quite a lot of eelgrass there. So. Starting in 2002, we established a network of 23 sets in various transects across the bay, all essentially put in by foot. And then the National Estuarine Research Reserve System there put in another transect up here in 2017 that goes way out into the bay because they have an additional program now, and they needed to follow the protocols of their system, so they put one in that followed exactly their protocols for putting in sets. So we have a lot of data now. And so I'll give you, the spoiler alert is that what we are seeing, and it's not surprising, is that we're slowly losing elevation in Padilla Bay because it's decoupled from the source of sediments that might cause accretion. And this is just 4 of the sites here, but they're fairly typical. And you can see this is over, maybe it's very small here, but this is over 22 years. And this line is elevation. And this is what is this here? This is about 6 or 7 centimeters plus and minus here. So we're seeing this slow erosion of Padilla Bay. So it's getting deeper. Again, not surprising given that there's not any sediments there. If we look at all of the data over time, and this is kind of a big messy chart of it right there, what we see most are decreasing or are just remaining stable in terms of the surface elevation. So what we're seeing right now is a bay-wide, we're losing about 1.4 millimeters per year. And if we add that to the relative sea level rise of 2.1 millimeters per year taken from the Seattle gauge, we see now, the question, we can answer that question is to a plant, to a blade of eelgrass, it's sinking about 3.5 millimeters per year. So that's what we know. Now, unfortunately, is that a good thing or a bad thing? You can't just multiply 3.5 by millimeters per year times 100 to know what the, how far it's going to sink in 100 years, because those processes are nonlinear. As water depth changes, growth rates of eelgrass change, sedimentation capabilities change, the amount of times that there's sediment available changes as the water levels change, decomposition rates change. So it's a big nonlinear and messy process. So you really, if you want to predict into the future, you need this data to initialize your models, but you need models that can incorporate those nonlinear dynamics. And that's a lot of the work that we do now, or have done for a while. There are many models that do that kind of stuff. And perhaps you've heard of some of them. The warmer model is very popular here in the West Coast. Jim Morris's marsh equilibrium model. We have a few models as well that are derivative of those. And essentially what we're doing there is we're just looking at all of the factors that go into eventually the changes in surface elevation and how they affect things like plant growth and productivity and decomposition and all of those things in a nonlinear manner. And so in my time remaining, I'm just going to show you, when we run these models, we can ask the question, what will seagrass do in the future in Padilla Bay given increases in sea level? And I apologize, these studies were done over the last 10 to 15 years, and every couple of years the estimates for sea level rise change. So we have different numbers all the time, and at one point the numbers that I'm going to show you for sea level rise meant something, because that was the prediction du jour. So this was work done by Pete Karras. What he did is he took all those models I showed you were point models, and he spatialized them. That was his particular genius. And so this was when he did the work. This was the current. This is where eelgrass was in Padilla Bay, and the darker the color is the greater amounts of eelgrass, and so the lighter. So they're restricted upland by it's too shallow and the plants desiccate. And on the deep end here, it's a light limitation. So you can see the sweet spot is right about here. So in 100 years running our models at 0.33 centimeters per year of increase, which was an IPCC mid at that time, you can see that the eelgrass is migrating inland. Here's a 0.56 centimeters, which was the IPCC high at the time. In 100 years, you can see more migration. And this Ramstorff high was back when Pete was running the models, that was one of the higher predictions, 1.27 centimeters in 100 years. And you can see at this point now that the eelgrass is being, is running against a hard barrier. And, the most productive sites are right up against the shore here. What's interesting about this, though, is that these simulations show that at least in the next 100 years, with current and predicted rates of accretion, is that eelgrass productivity in Padilla Bay is going to increase because what we've done is released this limitation here, this desiccation limitation. This is going to become available habitat for a while. It also is a kind of a clue to providing resiliency to sea level rise, is to make sure that there is some accommodation space if possible. Now, the loss is to mudflat habitat if that's important to you. So there's a caveat there. But this is I'm sorry, I'm very sensitive. So this is running all the different scenarios, total annual above ground net primary production, starting from 2002 in all these different scenarios going 100 years. And you can see that in all scenarios, that productivity is actually increasing as more space is available for eelgrass to grow. This last one here, I want to show you this. This is, we asked the question, well, at how deep, how much sea level rise will it take before we actually see light limitation making it worse than it is now? And that's at about 1.82 centimeters per year. So when we have 2 meters, a little bit less than 2 meters of sea level rise in Padilla Bay, at that point, we've wiped out all the mudflat habitat. Light limitation on the far side is way too great, and we start seeing a loss there. So, one thing I guess that says we have a little time, Another interesting thing that this is something Katrina Poppy did. So right now, I mentioned that eelgrass is one of the reasons Padilla Bay is such a great place for eelgrass is that it's decoupled now, isolated from the Skagit, so there's not a lot of suspended sediments. Light availability is pretty good. Average suspended sediments is 3.93 milligrams per liter right now. And so we can incorporate that into that model and translate it into how much accretion that is going to be over time. What we found is that, if we ask the question, okay, given predicted increases in sea level rise, and we took a number, let's say the prediction was 0.5 centimeters per year or more, which is just a little bit lower than Ian Miller's estimate of what we're going to see in 100 years. How much sediment would we need in order for the eelgrass to keep pace with a sea level rise of 0.5 centimeters per year, where everything stays exactly the same? We don't see any depth change. And we would need 15 milligrams per liter of sediment in order to keep pace with sea level rise, so we don't see any elevation loss. The bad thing about that, and I'm not an expert on this, but around 15 milligrams per liter, or you start having light limitation around here. From what I know is so. That kind of points to that we can't solve the problem by adding more sediments, because to get the amount of sediments we need to keep pace with sea level rise in eelgrass beds, then we make the systems light limited. So that's what we know right now from the data we're doing. So the conclusions, one is that the conversion of mudflat to eelgrass in Padilla Bay at least will provide resiliency for at least 100 years. You're going to lose mudflat, but you're going to still have eelgrass there, and you're going to have more probably because that mudflat is going to become available. Second, maximizing sediment delivery and accretion, which is that's the paradigm for marsh systems, is to try to maximize sediments, in the upper marshes where you have the sedges and the rushes and the like. That's what we do, but that's probably not going to be a realistic solution for eelgrass. Based upon the kind of work that we've been done. Because to get the kind of sediment load that you need, to get the kind of accretion that you want, you're going to have a light limitation. Third, so that suggests that if you want to maximize resilience in the far future, one of the things you can try to do is maybe remove upslope burials where possible, or enhance as best you can the possibility for upward migration. And just as an aside, I wanted to add is so. If you're not aware, we have a non-native eelgrass too, japonica, which withstands desiccation better than our native eelgrass and gets outcompeted in the deeper water by our eelgrass. So maybe we can see this as a side benefit of a silver lining in sea level rise, is that japonica is probably going to get hit worse than our native species, is it will get squeezed out first, and eelgrass will take over as we get deeper. So there you go. We have a silver lining. I wanted to leave you with a little positive note before we ended. So thank you very much.
Well, I think we still have time for questions despite the little technical delay at the beginning. Thanks again to all three of our presenters. Please join me so much. And we do have time for questions. I might just get us started. So this morning we talked a lot about policy and some of the policies that are rolling out in Washington. And I'm curious, with maybe some of the policymakers still in the room, from your background around working with Kelp and Eelgrass, what would you like them to know as they're developing policy or implementing it as it relates to Kelp and Eelgrass management? Throw it out to any, and you can pass if you want to. Yeah.
Oh, testing. Yes, thank you, Bree. Yeah, one thing that I've come across, having the benefit of working with folks in our policy group as well, is how our policies feed into adaptive management and ways that it's been proposed to kind of enhance the adaptive management cycle through policy. So a kind of a classic example is the habitat conservation plan approach that's been used in a number of states, whether it's for forest or for, in some places, perhaps aquatic lands. But in that framework, you have kind of, as we do, like a set of, if you're going to do this type of project in this area, these are the things that you should do to protect the habitat there. But if you look at that from like the length of whether it's a permit or a lease, the adaptive management might only be able to happen after that lease is over. And so how can we think about, when we're looking at these policy frameworks, building in the opportunity for faster, like adaptive management approaches? I've heard that, our policies are having a hard time sometimes keeping up with the new science that's coming out or the new paces that we're finding that climate stressors are happening. So from one approach I saw was how can we kind of have a hypothesis-based approach where you kind of have different treatments, for instance, and seeing what's working within that area, so you're able to test a couple different things at once. So by the time it comes to kind of renew whatever that agreement is, you kind of know what you can do better.
Thank you. Anything else from anyone else on the panel? Pass. Okay. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yeah, looks like we have a couple. Over there. Okay. They're gonna arm wrestle. Okay.
Hi, Ken Collins, Island County. I appreciate the precision and the persistence of the work that's gone on in this space. I'm curious if there's equivalent work we can look at for species that are living upslope, shallower in eelgrass, dendras or ghost shrimp, bivalves. Is the same kind of work going on in that space? Because they'll be impacted before the eelgrass.
So I think the question was around has there been a kind of a depth of research around species a little higher up on the intertidal? I think you said reference.
Yeah, I was thinking of sand dollars, ghost shrimp, bivalves, all the things that live shallower, if there's equivalent kind of modeling and precision and experimentation going on.
Yeah.
Not specifically organismally related, but in Padilla Bay, for example, we do have sets in mudflats. So we have them in those regions too. So we know, at least what's happening with regards to elevation in those kind of habitats, and even further inland. In fact, most of the sets are not in eelgrass beds or mudflat habitats. Statewide, most of them are in marshes or scrub shrub forests or forested land, and so forested wetlands. So there's a little bit of set data, elevation data for those habitats.
Yes, for our group at DNR specifically we aren't, but I do know at the University of Washington, for instance, there's some work going on. I know Jennifer Reesing's lab is very active in the intertidal, working with other species, with I think maybe with some shrimp work, and kind of looking at the interaction of vegetation and bivalves or other organisms. So while we're maybe not directly doing it, I know that other folks are doing it, and it certainly is important to think beyond these species we've traditionally worked with. There's a lot more out there, and it's all part of the same ecosystem. So yeah, it's good to hear that those other folks are doing that.
Yeah, so it's a good question. One of the main things I am concerned about is that juvenile salmon utilize eelgrass meadows a lot, and they're eating prey produced in those systems, and that means that as eelgrass gets small, the area gets smaller, and that resource of food to them is going to be going away. There's other things they can eat, but they really hang out in the eelgrass for long periods of time, feeding in them. So I don't know if that directly answers what you asked, but it's you can look at eelgrass as kind of a surrogate for prey for juvenile salmon out migrating.
Your graphic of the bay as the eelgrass was moving inland, it looked like the eelgrass was getting less dense. Is that true, or was that just the way the graphic?
So it's getting less dense on the seaward side.
But not across the bed in general.
No, there's more like a shifting area, a zone of maximum productivity. The models aren't that sophisticated, I think, enough to it's just responding to sea level rise. So it's more a shifting of the maximum until you finally squeeze it out.
A quick question for Ron. Concerning eelgrass and the mass wasting disease around the San Juan Islands, can you say anything about that? Any thoughts about what's going on there?
No, I haven't studied it really, so I don't know. But I'm guessing there is a connection with climate and the plant has evolved to be able to survive and through the thousands of years, and it's been around. So, but if you get some anomaly like this, it really can affect them, and they're vulnerable to that kind of a stress, I guess, if you will. That's my general response. It was a good question.
What's your question?
Yeah.
Hopefully this is a little less contentious than the last time I spoke. I had a question about observations of success of transplanting eelgrass, if you found any differences or if you found any particular optimization when it came to germinating, propagating, transplanting eelgrass into new areas. I'm thinking particularly like transplanting versus spreading by seed, if you saw any differences in things like substrate type or anything like that with success rate of germination.
Yeah. As far as the seeds, I haven't seen a lot. I haven't tracked it for a while, but I haven't seen a lot of projects with it and with the ones that have worked. It's not getting published anyway, and I have colleagues that haven't done that, so I don't know. I think it's worthwhile pursuing though, as a way of seeing what you can learn and seeing what works and doesn't work. So there's some science that needs to be done there. There was another part of your question, or did I get it all? Oh, transplanting is still, it's not a perfect science, if you will. There's a lot of uncertainty that goes on, and so we typically would overplant a lot. And we had the luxury of having plants that we made more of, so we could, we're not taking it from someplace and putting it there, so that helps. But I think in most cases, you're going to lose maybe half that might be that you plant, and that might, if it works, it would eventually grow out, I think, because you've got kind of a basic group that's doing okay, and then it's gonna eventually spread.
And I'll just put a plug for a recently funded HSIL project that is looking into seeding in the San Juan Islands. So we're really excited to see kind of the outcome of that project. And yeah, because this is an area that needs some more research. Well, I think I'm getting the sign. The one last question? Okay. One last question.
Hi, Kathleen Hurley, Port of Seattle. And my question is related to, John, your kind of this last slide related to sort of thinking about kind of restoration, mitigation, how do we make space in this environment of sea level rise, and that sediment delivery maybe isn't the answer. And then I'm wondering if there are examples of removal of upslope barriers that you've seen in other places that have been effective in kind of creating a little bit more space for eelgrass migration.
For eelgrass, no.
For other things,
specifically for, well, yeah, I think so. I mean, if you want to consider, the multiple levee removal projects that are done for restoration in the Puget Sound, that's essentially what you're doing. Is you're bringing back former estuaries. So maybe that's not quite exactly providing accommodation space, but you are, you're providing inland space for marsh to re-invade, and that's very successful. So we see that model there. I think it'd be, the problem with eelgrass, though, when you think about those kinds of strategies, is that, our restoration efforts in coastal systems are reclaiming former estuaries behind the dikes. The dikes never, the dikes stopped at probably somewhere around high water, so I'm not aware of much eelgrass habitat, former eelgrass habitat that's behind dikes. That's not a thing, yeah, it's very, but it's kind of the only thing we have, because sediment, providing massive amounts of sediments isn't going to be the answer. Unless, I will take this opportunity to say, though, I don't know enough about eelgrass biology to answer this question, but I've talked to a few people. Perhaps a way to do it might be to pulse sediments just for short periods of time, enough to add a half a centimeter, but not enough to kill the eelgrass, so it's not a chronic thing, it's just a one-time hit, and maybe there's a little bit of a loss, and then it brings back later. It springs back, and you've added, a centimeter that gives you resilience for another 30 years, something along those lines. I don't know enough about eelgrass to know if it would be resilient to that kind of management strategy, but I do know of a few places where that could be an option.
Well, thanks again for all your questions, and to the panel. We are going to transition into a break, and then after that we'll have our last round of breakout discussions. Thanks. Yeah, that's great.
So go ahead and grab another refreshment. This is a shorter break, about 10 minutes, and then we're going to wrap up with that breakout. So thank you. And it's going to be very fun, says Rebecca.